shillings each, with a minimum purchase of 100 shares per investor. I'll take that again, and according to the information memorandum, shares will be priced at 9 shillings each with a minimum purchase of 100 shares per investor. The offer is expected to draw at least 2 million Kenyans into the capital market, marking one of the broadest public ownership drives in recent years. The government's move to sell off a 65% stake in the company, or an equivalent of 11.8 billion shares, is set to provide an investment opportunity to at least 2 million retail investors. This comes as Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi had said that the government will lose 3 billion shillings from the privatization of the Kenya Pipeline Company.
It has actually denied us an opportunity in terms of speed to market. I'll tell you, because I've worked in both sectors. At EABL, everything is stop at the board. Pipeline, if you need something to be approved, and this is not only pipeline, I mean it's government sector. First, you do it as ESCO, you take it to a committee of the board, it goes to full board, and then now you write to request your parent ministry to consider it. The parent ministry now will stay with it maybe for another 2 to 1 month. They write to National Treasury. So a process that will ideally take maximum 2-3 days will take 3 months.
The Jaramogi family has dismissed claims that there is a rift between ODM leader Oburu Oginga and the family of the late Raila Odinga over the leadership of the party. At a meeting at the home of Kango Ka Jaramogi, Bondo in Siaya County, the elders of the family have said that they recognize Oburu as the leader of the family and that there is no rift as is being reported by the media.
My daughter, Winnie, is also a politician and a daughter to this family. Winnie is not trying to engage his uncle in any battle in the political battleground. Winnie is playing her political game, but people are trying to bring it out of context to put Oginga against Odinga, which is not the real case. The case here is like, if there is any problem that Winnie feels that there is, then there is a mechanism that was put down by the Jaramogi as a family. We will resolve it. But as per now, I know there is no problem. Winnie never called a name. Winnie never called the name of his uncle.
The elders have made it clear that Raila's daughter, Winnie Odinga, has no intention of removing Oburu from the ODM leadership as alleged.
Whatever is going around the social media, those are just rumors, and we take them as speculations and things which people are getting out of hand. In the Odinga family, I want to tell you straight forth that I'm representing Right Honorable Guru as the elder and as the face of the Odinga family. There is no crack in the Odinga family. We as the Odinga family, we are united since the late Jaramogi left 32 years ago.
The statement comes just 2 days after Winnie made remarks indicating that Oburu is being used by President William Ruto's faction to destabilize the ODM party for Ruto's benefit. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries. Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
okay, your own land, you use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutuamjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Salama, kwaje?
Mimi niko salama.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
The 21st of January.
Oh, it is the 21st
Yes.
of January, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to say, did I miss anybody's birthday thing? No.
Or no?
I'm behaving. My baby sister's birthday is coming up.
It's coming up, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leo ko aje leo asubuhi?
Go fresh.
Are you sure? Are you lying to me?
Go poa.
Go poa. Okay. Look, you're here.
Go aje.
Niko salama.
Okay. Good to see you.
Asante sana. It's good to be seen.
It's good to be seen. It's good to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Sasa. Vitu zingine zinapotea.
I know. It's the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Google. Ebu wait kidogo.
Mr. Google is Googling.
Akianani is trying to make me look stupid. Like
No,
I don't
really.
know what I'm doing, but I do. So
Sijali. Technology does that thing most of the time.
Yeah.
So it's kind. So today I'm wearing my dad's shirt. Feels good.
Ah, okay. Because you went home and you didn't carry an extra shirt, and so you took his, or because it's
I was just leaving home and it was like,
sentimental memento.
This is what happened.
Okay,
You know that that final conversation you have before traveling back, eh? So that meeting, then my dad said, so if you go to that closet, there is a new shirt there. Just take that.
He bought it for you.
Yeah, that's my.
He used one long
that's my
English.
birthday for you.
Yeah.
Birthday present. So yeah. Mzee Seto. Asante.
Tunayo vile kijana. Okay, not kijana. Ooh, sorry. A young man.
Kijana bado, it's fine.
No, but you know what? In Nigeria, if I call you fine boy, it's not that you're a boy.
Yeah,
it's that,
fine boy.
Fine boy.
No, fine boy.
That's you get it.
You do this, fine boy.
You understand.
Understandanga, yes.
All right. Well, that is good. And Mr. Seto, we greet you this morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Not okay. The other one.
Yeah.
All right. Very good to see you this morning and getting into things today. It's the 21st of January, like you said. It's Wednesday, hump day, getting into the week. And we're going to have the opportunity to say a little bit more later. But we're glad that we're on this side of the day. Many didn't make it, guys. And many are in a place where they are not able to stand up and be counted for one reason or another, regardless of how much they would want to. So what am I saying? That we take the opportunity to give thanks and be grateful for another day where we get an opportunity to make an impact, to make a difference in whatever way, however small, and we get the chance to do that, and we never take it for granted. So you make it count with the opportunity that you've been given. Your heart is beating, your eyes are blinking. You have something to do today. And even sometimes where it seems really tough, trust me, you've been through the worst of it. You can make it through today. So there's something, a little morsel of something for us to then be able to get through today. So I urge you and encourage you to do that as we get into the day today. And as we do here in the situation, we're having a number of conversations that are necessary for us to move the needle. And I really, really thought about what Ahmed Hashi said yesterday. And he said, you know what? If we don't talk about this stuff that either makes us happy or plagues us, that, what are we doing? That you must be involved in the conversations that will move things in one way or another. And so an opportunity to do that every morning, we'll take it, take the bull by horns and move with it.
Yeah.
And because of that, we'll have a number of conversations today. We're going to start with Nyeri Town MP Daniel Mavenge. He'll join us at 7 o'clock today. What are we going to be talking about? For the last couple of days, we've had conversations that lie at the doorstep of Parliament. And for those who are members of Parliament, and remember, members of Parliament are the National Assembly and the Senate, you ask yourself questions and you say, okay, guys, the roles that you play here in terms of getting this thing done, do you take it seriously? We'll have that conversation with him at 7 o'clock. And Parliament's door has been knocked on for the longest time. We'll talk with him at 7. One Mr. Otomwa is a journalist, an investigative journalist here at the Standard Group. Himself and Lennox Sengre did a story a couple of days ago. They've been doing this for some time, and that was looking into the darkened walls of surrogacy in Kenya. In this case, it's not necessarily surrogacy so that a child can be provided for a mother who needs a couple who needs one, but in this case it has been turned into a dark trade, and the things that are going on in those darkened alleys will shock you. It was carried in the Standard on Monday, and also in KTN on Monday afternoon as well as at night. Guys, we're going to open this one up today, and we're going to look into what exactly is happening. What does the law actually say in terms of what you can do? And women, because women are the ones who are surrogates, are they being taken advantage of in this dragnet?
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised that the agents, you may not be surprised actually, that the agents for a lot of this trade are women. We're going to look into
fellow women.
Absolutely. That's it. Hawking away wombs.
Yeah.
So that's the conversation that we'll have at 8 o'clock. Ontoma will be here with us in the studio. We'll also be joined by an advocate so we can get a greater understanding of what the law says in terms of what does happen with surrogacy. And then you will be able to understand just how entrenched this thing actually is. It's not just your run-of-the-mill one story here and the other. This is actually happening, and it's happening quite a lot. So Mutuku Nguli is Counter Human Trafficking Trust East Africa member. He's part of that trust. Francis Ontomo, of course, is an investigative editor here at KTN. And then he'll also be joined by Dr. Muthoni Kolu, who is an advocate. So the three gentlemen will join us this morning, and we'll get into that conversation proper. We'll also then at 9 o'clock have a conversation around the LSK and what's happening with that. We know that LSK elections are coming up soon. We also know that there have been quite a number of questions in terms of what's happening with the law and who then can be hired as legal counsel in the counties. So we'll be looking at a number of issues today with Advocate Charles Kanjama. He's senior counsel. LSK's next phase, reform or status quo. Does it need reform? At the same time, we're going to be saying, okay, guys, why do we need extra legal counsel if there's in-house counsel at the counties? So that's what the conversations look like today. Should I do a review? All right, we'll talk with Daniel Mavenge at 7 o'clock. And we'll talk with three gentlemen around the issues of surrogacy at 8. And then we'll close it with Kanjama Advocate at 9 o'clock as we look into the LSK and some of these issues that are brought before the judiciary. That's what the situation room looks like this morning. Dennis Aseto here. You're saying good morning, and Nduoko as well. Karibuni sana. Why are you looking frazzled? Don't worry, everything is going to be all right. Awar is here turning the wheels of steel. Joylene as well. A very good morning to everybody as we get this show on the road. Can't take it for granted what it takes to put this together every morning, and so a great opportunity then to be able to do that with everybody. Karibuni sana. We'll say hello to you in just a minute because we can see that you're trolling into the live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Our streams are live, as well as our audience on KTN. Good morning to you, everybody who's getting into the show, whether you're a silent listener or you've started to comment every now and then. Once you start, you can't stop. It's one of those things that we say is a good addiction. So let's get into it this morning, where we're involved in the conversations that shape our communities, shape our nations, and indeed shape our world. We'll get into that in just a bit. To say hello to you, even as you tell us where you're tuned in from this morning, whether you're going to bed or you're waking up this morning. Let's get into it together. You took us to Angola.
Yes.
The other day I lied, not intentionally. It was by, mistake.
Okay.
So there are not only two Lusophone countries in Africa. Obviously, there's Sao Tome and Principe, there's Guinea-Bissau in some part, there is Mozambique and Angola. So it's not just two, there are quite a number of them.
So there are many.
Over to you, sir.
But it's known for its rich reserves in diamond, oil, and gold. But if you look at their culture, so Portuguese is what they speak majorly, but they have many other what we'd call tribes in the country. But the saddest part is, despite the country having all these resources that one would say has the potential of changing the country to be the Dubais of this world, they still struggle with the same, because like many African countries, they do not process their petroleum products. They export it and then import it as finished product, and that coupled up with the civil war that happened in the country, many areas in the country is declared unsafe because landmines still exist there and have not been cleared. But let's go to the proverb today. So, Ndu.
Yes.
Skiza he.
Yes.
Walk with a thief and you will steal. Walk with a liar and you will lie. Hiyo ndio proverb.
Kabisa. Sit with a gossiper and you will gossip.
You will gossip.
Yep.
Show me your friends.
Show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. Birds of a feather flock together. It is true.
It is true.
It's very true. Something for us to remember, Kabisa.
Yeah.
It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. Oftentimes we're reminded about how we need to watch ourselves.
Yep. And those that you surround ourselves with. You know how many people have found themselves with the wrong company, and just by virtue of association, they're labeled to be a gang.
Even if I see you in the company of somebody for 5 minutes, I don't even know the history behind it.
I don't care.
I don't know how long you've been sitting there.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you've just walked past and something fell and you were picking it up for her or him and you put it at the table. But I walked in at that moment and I am associating you with their presence.
Yes.
That's how the human mind works. That doesn't mean that you should stay away from everybody. But, you can imagine we're so quick to judge. If you look at the flip side of it as well, we're so quick to judge some things without getting the backstory, and when it comes to then my interpretation of you, then I'm saying, hey,
bold man,
real quick. I'm not even thinking about it, but it's a great one for us to think about this.
True.
All right, so people are tuning in this morning. Taka tuwasalimie
kabisa.
Okay, wacha tuwasalimie basi tusikie tu kidogo tu so that we can know. Tell us where you're tuning in from this morning, and a quick hello to you as we get into things. Karibuni sana. Good morning, good morning. Please ask Aseto whether he believes that the current disparities in grade 10 placement risk creating social classes, particularly disadvantaging learners who join Harambee schools. That's a long question, but
you see, the entire system, when we tried to get rid of classification and categorization of schools, we tried to equalize everything. But the moment we went back into C1, C2, C3, C4, that there is where the problem is at. Already, we are doing the mess we've always done. So, So the Harambee schools cease to be on the same level as the C1 or C4 schools. So, there you go.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
And just for your information, Don Sabo, Aseto is fine.
Yeah, and the P is fine.
Tupac Shakur says, good morning. Only God can judge me now.
Yeah.
That's another one of those songs. So now we've given you the assignment to be telling us the Tupac song.
Tupac is from West Coast or East?
West Coast. California is another song that he did. Right? Robert Debogo says, good morning. Tuning from Mombasa. Good morning to you. Leo says, hello, Princess Aseto. Princess Aseto. That would have been fun.
Okay.
Sorry.
Just confirm I should be a prince.
Okay, so the Singapore dream. He says we are dreaming of Singapore before Lee Kuan Yew or other Lee Kuan Yew. We need to know. Maybe that's why nothing is working but stealing. Well,
the proverb today.
Yeah, exactly. Abera Bethel is tuned in this morning from Kilifi, Ganze. Did your wife have a good birthday yesterday? I hope so. Joe Mongai says, why are Kenyans so obsessed? You greet us first now, Joe. Why are you shouting? Obsessed with bad boys in leadership. And shouldn't the electorate give serious thought to leaders like Kivuda Kibwana and PLO Lumumba for the office of the president? Shouldn't they?
Should they?
Shouldn't they? That's the question. Good morning to you, Joe. I am Bernardito, says, good morning from Doha, Princess Ndwendenes. 18 million has been lost in the youth fund meant for Kazi Maju. Mchezo ya town.
Mchezo ya town.
18 million.
Karata, patapatea. You're betting with people's lives. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. Good morning from Mombasa, says Peter Kiari. Falling down is an accident. Staying down is a choice.
True.
You could find yourself in a bad situation. If you stay there, that's not up to happenstance. That's up to you. You can stay there or you can do something about it.
True.
Hey, Peter Kiari, where do you get these things? Joseph Makua says, good morning, tuned in to the Situation Room from Baragoi in Samburu County. Locked kabisa. Put a padlock on it, my friend. Good morning from Preston in the UK. This Trump Greenland saga. This is Rahim Tula Omar. Says, gets more interesting. Europe thinks of pulling investment while Trump criticizes the UK for returning the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Let me tell you something.
Tell me something.
There are ways in which you show your might, and then there are ways in which you show your stupidity.
Please repeat that again.
There are ways in which you show your might, and there are ways in which you show your stupidity.
Yep.
You decide which side of the balance you fall.
Yes.
Up to you.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to everybody here. Whether you're...
This is not directed to anyone. It's just out there.
Out there.
If it fits the shoe, wear it.
But. Joseph Okondo is tuned in this morning from Tudor, Mombasa. Good morning to you. Dr. Venvik is also here from Tudor. Good morning. Do you guys just follow each other? Do you say, hey, Nani, I'm saying hi, Ebu say hi. We guys in Tudor, we are going. So, no. JB Mutua says, good morning. Ndwana Seto, thanks for the great job you do. Thank you so much. You make us understand what is happening in our nation, even though we are miles away. Well, thank you for tuning in every morning. And it just makes it, better that, even if one person's life is impacted, we'll do it every day. Good morning, Ndona Seto, says Isakale. The usual suspects. Usual suspects. That's a good movie, by the way. In fact, I think I'm going to go watch it again this weekend. It was a really good movie. Slow burn is great. Me thinks the government exists to serve the people, not to explain why it cannot. Right?
Tumeshindwa kuwaletea barabara kwa sababu we found empty coffers.
Yeah. You know, the government is just, there's too much red tape, there's too much bureaucracy in government. So we need to now create an entity that's going to get work done.
Yeah.
So why are you there?
Well, exactly.
It's interesting. Solutions as to why, God. Kera Joguna is tuning in this morning. A very good morning to you. Humphrey Moshoga is tuning in this morning. It says, good morning to my Spice family from this county of Kiambu. Good morning to you. Brayo. Pardon me.
Brayo. Why are you calling me Brian?
Sorry,
Brayo.
I'm very sorry. I won't do it again. Good morning, Spice, and Happy New Year. I'm locked in from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Good morning to you. It's Happy New Year still. Okay, we'll go with that. Eric Awar says, good morning, guys. Good morning, Eric. Now we are seeing people's picture. Very nice. Eddie Eddigan says, good morning, tuned in and have a lovely day into you too. It's India's Republic Day, the 26th of January. Okay.
That is Independence Day.
For India?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's good. It's good.
Jamhuri ya India.
Kavoy Felix is tuned in this morning. Says, good morning, Spice. Good morning, Festus Molo, tuned in as well. Christina, are you okay, sister? A very good morning to you. Jennifer, I tell you, your neighbor and your birthday mates.
Yes.
Huh? Says, good morning, Dennis Tech Team and all of us. Deno, your papa must be inspiring.
Yes.
Sindo?
Love that man. I love that man. Hey.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, let me tell you.
It is good.
It is good. Aye, that man.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's very good. And what happened to the traffic updates? They used to help us, Kabisa. They used to help. Okay, tell us. Truthfully. The traffic updates, do they help you? Do they help you know where you're going and not going? Let's see how we can, bring them back. We used to think that people do not want to hear where you're going. But now that you've said you want, tell us if it really does help, and we will see. Senor.
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go through people. We're tuning in this morning. Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Good morning, Ndu and the lad. We're scared the lad. Washoga Toto. Happy hump day. Back to the grind. Karibu, the lad.
The lad is good.
The lad is good. The Lord. Okay, the lad. Sorry. I was going to start singing. The Lord is good. I shall lift him up higher. Everywhere I go, I will lift him up higher.
Yes,
lift him up.
Good,
the Lord.
The lad is good.
Hey. SpaceX Troll says, good morning. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, sir, for being here this morning. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. I have questions. Did you read the text from Macron to Trump? Why is Kenya still in NATO? Why hasn't Kenya joined BRICS yet? Okay, those are many questions.
Kenya applied to be in BRICS, right? I think they did.
If I'm not wrong.
Yep. I think the processes that go into that. And yes, Macron yesterday, he went in.
He turned red.
And with his sunglasses and looking
not a happy
fine.
guy. It's interesting. You see, it's not just ODM that's suffering from this infighting. You see this big brother club of America, France, Germany, the UK. They were in this club where they all sit around and smoke cigars in the saloon. My friend.
Hey, you know what they're doing now? Talking from their own smoke.
That is it. You people thought you'd be friends forever.
Let's see.
You people called us peephole countries.
Denmark has continued to deploy more military there. Yeah, so let's see.
This will be fun to watch, I'm telling you. Sisi wa Afrika tunaangalia tunasema okay, so you people can fight. You people can disagree, all right.
Okay.
Let's see. It's not just us who have wahala. Okay. It's interesting. Let's see what we're going to do about that. Hussein Kelvin is tuning in this morning. Ndindi's effect is taking shape. Then he said, Ndu, yes. Who is your MP? And what have they announced for constituency on education?
Hey, let me tell you, Maina. In my constituency, I remember there's a school that went down. I come from Dagoretti South. You remember that school that had chicken wire and all that?
Yes, Precious.
Yes. It was a private school that went down. And with that, then questions start in terms of how
Precious
many schools.
talent.
Yes, how many schools do we have in the area? So me as a seto, tuko vibaya.
Yeah.
We just have a lot of jokes in our constituency.
Where? The education plan that you're talking about, ni bursary.
Yes.
Hapo ndio tuko, my friend.
Tupange line, tupige picha, photo ops.
This week, people are going to start flying around. See, they're resuming, Parliament is resuming.
True.
Alafu watatembea kwa nini? To give bursary, that's what's happening in terms of what you're thinking about an education plan. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Jose Mahenda, we see you. My Prince is tuned in this morning. Machakos Town MP Caleb Muley is asking his constituents to give him an extra term so that he can qualify for a pension. He should get away. That's the reason. You would have even tried to lie.
I know.
And tell us, so that I can pension.
Toka nje pambana na wanaume.
Kwenda huko.
Kabisa. Pension. Ni wewe.
Luanda is the most expensive city to live in Africa. Oh, you mean Luanda in Angola? Because there's Luanda here just before Maseno. I'm just saying.
Pale kwa Magere. Luanda Magere. Pale kwa kona.
Pale wanauza pineapple.
Exactly. And a lot of guavas by the road.
Don't ask me how I know.
My dad tells me never eat those things because someone just dumped them there.
Well, you will not walk upright for the next 1 week. Simon Kibiru says, good morning. Talking about LSK, where's Faith Odhiambo? She's there. She's there. With the LSK. She's still the president. Bernard Kineti says, good morning, Ndio Naseto Aseto. You might want to highlight more about the 47 counties of Kenya. While discussing Africa is important, many of us still overlook the wonders within our own country. You know why it's important to discuss Africa? Because you see the things that are happening in your country. They're happening in other countries as well.
Yeah.
So there's a collective effort here.
Don't worry, we will get to Kenya.
It is important. It'll come.
Yeah.
John Newtru says, good morning, guys, watching from Kirinyaga. These manenos of Safaricom, even if Ndidi speaks out, it's already decided. But it's good that he spoke out. One of the things that he said yesterday when he was before the committee, he said, you guys, history will mark me correct over these things that I am saying here. Even if you guys don't want to do anything about it today, you will know that what I am saying is true. I thought that was interesting that he said that.
That conversation, I was,
Yeah.
Okay. So that happened.
Plus, this guy knows his stuff.
He knows his
stuff. Yeah. Okay. Washington, okay. She says, good morning, Spice family. Tuned in from Harvard, Cambridge in Massachusetts. Guys, you make my day always. Well, you make ours too. Asante sana. Kembe Orlando says, good morning. Isakale, you said, why do I hang out with rich people and I'm not rich? But you can be seen to be rich.
Question
That's the point.
You hang out with the rich people. Do you do business with them?
But you need to do what they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you need to learn that from them and get into their space. Not as carrying
the bag
in the room as well.
I'm very grateful that your wife had a great day yesterday. Patriot of Kenya says, good morning, people. Keep hanging on. God is faithful. If that's if that's something to hang on to today, it is for real. Good morning, guys. Tomorrow's proverb is, if the alligator told you the crocodile is sick, will you doubt? Well, I don't know, seeing as they're two totally different animals. Good morning from Russia, Matthew. Are you sure? Good morning to you. It's the day they okay, Aramtula is telling us about India. Ann Karaja says, Ndu, it's my birthday. Sing for me with your melodious voice. Hey, Ann Karanja. Is this the Ann Karanja I think?
I know.
Is this the Ann Karanja I know? Ann, if it is the Ann Karanja, I know. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anne. May God bless you and keep you. Happy birthday, dear Anne. Anne, happy birthday, darling.
Thank you, Wewe. It's okay. It's okay.
Onyapidi Maxwell says, just say it as it is. Thank you. I love you much. Are you talking to us or were you sending a text to somebody else? Alafu ukajikuta hapa kwa chat. We love you too either way. Acha kama it was not car for us.
It is ours now.
We have hijacked the love. Thank you very much. Beja tuned in from London in the UK. Thank you so much. The Ndinda meter should be applied countrywide, says Ken Korir. JC Mwende says, Kwetu Masinga constituency to Kombaya. Our MP slogan is Siana Isome, meaning watoto wasome. And when he gives university students 4K as bursary. Sasa, your 4K, ukinipatia 4K, I'm going to university. Sasa, you niya fair. Niya, nini, what is it for?
So let's say you're a student at the University of Nairobi, right? From that constituency. How much is rent in Nairobi? If you're living off campus. Okay, so
when you say rent, is it for the key?
That can't pay
can't
rent,
be rent,
right?
Yeah.
So how much is food for the entire month?
Maybe that 4K.
And
that's not the fresh food. Maybe you're talking about the things with
because if you're also buying gas, so 4K.
Oi.
Anyway, I'm just saying we need to do better when it comes to education.
Well, stop frustrating us.
Stop frustrating us. No, it's true. It's true.
Simon Mwehu says, good morning, tuned in Team Spice. Karibu Sana. Tumaini is also here this morning and says, Ministry of Education to visit Shale Mashinani in the villages to see the status. You know what, guys? Another thing that we're going to do. Remember, we started off the essay, we are not throwing trash. Stop it.
Yeah.
We're getting into a place where you tell us what's actually happening in your constituency.
Thank you.
Because we're then going to be able to connect what's happening or not happening to your constituency to the leader who is supposed to be in Parliament, making the law, creating the budgets, and then sitting in a position of oversight. Tell us what's actually happening, and there will be times for us to call out and say that. Awar, please remind me that we had said something like that, because it's necessary for us to have that conversation, and we can build it into something quite, and we'll make it one of our barazas here. Sylvia, happy birthday to you. Karibu Sana. Bonnie Gatobu is tuning in this morning. Remind everyone, Arsenal beat Inter Milan yesterday.
They know. They know.
They know that Arsenal won. They know. They are aware.
And Inter was beaten proper.
People were putting things in the hat. Jennifer said she's from Luanda. Do you understand our connection?
Luanda Magiri.
Jennifer, you're from there. Yeah. Frederick Angwenyi is also tuning from Doha this morning and says, good morning. Kijana unasalimiwa.
Kijana nimesalimika.
Hey. Kijana ni wewe. Sasa, you know.
Tell me.
Indeed, it's Anne Karanja and it's her birthday. She has texted me. Anne, I love you so much.
Me too.
Even Dennis loves you so much.
And I miss you.
Bana, Anne, say, talk to me.
I'm going to see.
No. And umesalimiwa na award pia. And kila mtu anakusalimia leo asubuhi. You have a lot of hata Joylene anasalimia, and you have a lot of explaining to do, and I'm outing you on national radio.
I know.
Tutaongea hiyo maneno baadaye.
Pale kwa tent.
It's fun to be able to talk to you guys every morning. Did I miss anything? If I did, it's not intentional. But we love you guys being here, and for us to start this way. You know how when you get into somebody's house and you've come for lunch, before you go for lunch now, they give you hors d'oeuvres, appetizer. Ile samosa ya kwanza.
Yeah.
That's what the greetings are for us every morning.
That Ricky here is saying about Mai Mahiu, right? That fuel sifting in Mai Mahiu continues.
At what?
Siphoning of fuel in Mai Mahiu continues. So a truck is driving down, going to Migori or the other sides of the country, parks in Mai Mahiu. And that fuel that tanker is carrying is siphoned on its way. What does that mean? There's risk of fire. The risk of an accident happening.
The risk of loss of life, as it happened in
There is also
Salga.
Denial of economic opportunities to the owner of this truck, so people tend to spend more and not get value. So if you are a fuel siphoner, that's a word, wacha hiyo tabia.
If you are a fuel siphoner, stop it. The only Gambian watching every day from Doha has also said good morning. I love such statistics. Good morning to you. Karibu Sana, thank you for joining us. I say we have Situation Room 2.0 in Doha. A number of people are in Doha every morning listening into the show. Thank you for doing that. Let's look into the headlines. The stuff that's making news today is coming in hot. Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, with Tangula questioned. Boom, 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 boom. What is that? Sorry. Can you behave yourself? While police insist the car crash that killed former Lugari Member of Parliament Cyrus Jirongo was an accident, detectives have already questioned more than 20 people, including Speaker Moses Wetangula, as they dig into the final hours of a death that refuses to go away. And investigators piece together timelines and forensic evidence, politicians remain unconvinced, openly questioning the official narrative and demanding answers to what they insist are troubling constituencies. I just want to say, can you imagine if other things were held on to like this by politicians? Do you know how far we would go? But not to take away from the value of the moment. unanswered questions, and these are the questions. How did Cyrus Jirongo find himself in Naivasha?
True.
Investigators want clarity on his movements before the crash, including where he was coming from. I mean, this thing is simple.
True.
Was Jirongo driving himself? Detectives are seeking confirmation on whether the former Lugari MP was personally behind the wheel throughout the trip, or whether another person may have driven the vehicle at any point. Who were the passengers in the ill-fated Climax bus? Authorities are establishing the identities, seating positions, and accounts of passengers on board the Busia-bound bus, whose testimonies could help reconstruct the moments before impact. Why did the airbags of Jirongo's Mercedes-Benz fail to deploy after the impact? Investigators are probing whether the safety systems malfunctioned, had been tampered with, or were compromised by the nature and angle of the collision. Why were Jirongo's injuries allegedly inconsistent with those of a typical car crash? Detectives are analyzing medical and forensic findings to determine whether the injuries align with a high-impact road collision or suggest unusual circumstances leading to the death. Let me add another question. Why did we not see even one witness come out, one person come out and say, I was on the bus? Let me tell you something now. If you're on Mombasa Road and you're riding a bicycle and you hit a goat, somebody is going to come out of the bushes and say, somebody will come out. Now you want to tell me that a bus that had 67 people, not one person came out and said, enyewe nilikuwa kwa hiyo basi nikaona hii na hii alafu tukashuka tulikuwa tumestuka? Nothing.
Ndu. The management of that bus, by the time you're booking a bus, M-Pesa,
something,
you're giving a ticket. That ticket has a carbon copy that remains with the office. That means everybody who was aboard that bus, their details are somewhere. From Naivasha, how did those individuals get to their destination? Another bus was sent.
Remember, they are Busia bound.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another bus was sent. And clearly, Nairobi is closer to Naivasha, right? All that information has never been shared. The only person who spoke was the driver.
Iko koma.
Alama dukuduku. But that torch.
Your torch, sindio?
Your torch.
Torch inafanya kazi. Wacha tuone. Looking on to other headlines in the Standard today. And yes, guys, I can see you guys who are tuning in this morning, even after we said the salams. But thank you for keeping on doing that. Just keep coming in and we're talking. Kabisa. KL says Mukuru residents clash with police during demonstrations. Sorry. Mukuru, this one here for affordable housing?
I think it's...
Or this other one?
I think the other one in South B, if I'm not wrong.
This one is Mukuru kwa Jenga, Embakasi.
So that
yes.
is here.
This is this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bulldozers moved in at 5 a.m. and began demolishing structures. I think it's so ironic that you've put up, buildings here for affordable housing, and then just yonder, as just here where the eye can see, you're demolishing others. That's fun, isn't it? I'm just saying. Let me piss you off a little bit this morning.
Piss me off.
Mandago trial. State closes case after 2 years and after 138 witnesses. 2 years, you waste our time. People come to court back and forth. Judicial officers, court user committees sit together. All of these things happen. Then you say, you know what? The prosecution has closed its case in the 1.1 billion shilling Uwasin Gishu Overseas Education Program trial facing Senator Jackson Mandago and 2 others after proceedings had lasted for more than 2 years. So they did 352, how many days are in a year? 365 days.
365 and a quarter.
You did all of that, you did. Then you came later and you said, you know what? It's okay. We're not doing again.
Question is,
oh God.
Do we have parents who paid?
Yes.
Did they pay to someone?
Yes.
Do we have students who never traveled?
Yes.
Do we still have parents who've not received their cash back?
Yes.
Is all that evidence?
Yes.
Question is, what has the state done to ensure that these parents get their money back? Not even, leave alone justice. They've closed the case.
That's what they've done to make sure. Yeah.
Akipoleni. You know,
I'm really
I don't know what
sorry.
else to say, man.
I'm really sorry. I honestly, this one, Apana. By the way, you're right then.
We know the agencies. That
I'm very
all
sorry.
This. What else can you do? Because a citizen's hope lies in its government to take care of it. If the state decides, if the government of Kenya has decided, there's no case here, pambaneni na hali yenu, what else can we say but sorry?
I'm really sorry, honestly, because
people lost livelihoods, man. Sold their properties.
As you're doing that, the family of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga has moved to dispel reports of a rift between Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga and East African Legislative Assembly MP Winnie Odinga. And they're saying, we are calling for unity. Okay, sawa. The family saying there's no feud. Okay. Safaricom, KPC sale. Why Ruto faces scrutiny over disposal of assets? Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro gave his views when he appeared before the National Assembly's Finance and Planning, Public Debt and Privatization Committee at Glee Hotel in Kiambu yesterday. The man, I'm telling you, he had a sheet of paper.
Yes.
He had a sheet of paper like this. One.
Yes.
But the things that came out of his mouth and his head yesterday was an encyclopedia.
Yo!
Sheesh. The guy knows his stuff. You have to give it to him.
I hear that
and
you
he
people
asked some
say...
pertinent questions.
Yes, people talk about the market. What do you mean the market? Why can't we just be patient for 2 months?
Do you know, I got my notebook and I started taking notes.
Exactly.
As he was speaking yesterday, because I was like, terms that I've never heard of. And I was
Thank you.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I went and I did checking. I did a course in economics and planning yesterday.
Put it on what? International bidding. We are losing. You heard that comment said that we are selling this thing at 204 billion.
We're losing 100 billion shilling a year.
So what you're getting is 104 billion. Simply because someone was given some tax rebates. Lakini tunasema sini life. Akiwa Kenya kama mjakasirika. I don't know.
Please, should I kneel down? I don't understand. These things that you're saying every day.
Because you see, for a very long time, we look at businesses in terms of the profits they make. You remember the example he gave over Kenya Power? In terms of his assets and how much it's worth? So even if you sell Kenya Power today twice its size, are you making sense? Because look at the total amount of how much that company is worth. Not what it's being traded for. Anyway.
Umtata's court petition derails 11 billion shilling Ruto Ngong rail project. He's gone to court and the High Court has temporarily stopped the construction of the 11 billion shilling Ruto Lenana Ngong meter gauge railway commuter line after issuing conservatory orders pending the hearing of a constitutional petition challenging the project. Of course, the details as to the challenge of this project, which will be looked into. Legal storm as state hires private lawyers in a 5 trillion shilling fund case. We're talking with Charles Kanjama at 9 o'clock. Come and tell us, why should the state hire this kind of money? And you have this woman is the Attorney General and she works in her office with a whole battery of lawyers.
Yeah.
Then, okay, sour. Family friends protest the death of an MKU student and they say we want justice. Again, The Standard on another day reads like a Nancy Drew mystery novel. There's a lot going on in here. Get yourself a copy as well as the e-paper as we look at others.
Yes, we go to the Daily Nation this morning, and 6 billion shillings cash crisis cripples counties. Now, governors say Treasury has not wired funds for 2 months, warning that devolved units struggling to pay salaries and suppliers now relying on bank loans risks shutdown, disrupting hospitals and schools. However, CS John Mbadi insists there is no crisis.
Okay.
Mnasema mna pesa ngapi? 68 billion. Hakuna shida. Tuko tu sawa. Yes, Ahmed Nasir backs down in fight with Supreme Court judges. Now, the Supreme Court judges are reviewing a fresh application seeking to lift their ban on senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi from appearing before them. Question is, in his attack to the Supreme Court, what was he saying? And Supreme Court said it was punishing him because he filed a petition against them. Yeah. One would say, listen to the petition. If there is evidence, deal with it.
Or present
if there
it.
is none, get out.
Yeah.
But in this case, you will not attack us, Sawa. We will also lift the ban.
Okay.
Turkana has lowest turnout. Mandera tops in grade 10 admissions.
In the country?
In the country.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what we're dealing with. Remember, by now, these students ought to be in class and studying because time is not waiting for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today's the 21st.
Today's the 21st.
Yeah, the ministry had said that everybody should be in school by now.
By now.
Yeah.
But what are we talking about? We are not reporting to school. There is problems. Shakahola confession. First suspect pleads guilty. Enos Amanya Ngala, the head of security for the cult led by Paul Mackenzie that caused the deaths of more than 450 at Shakahola Forest in Kilifi, became the first suspect to plead guilty to the multiple murders. So what does that mean? To the rest, to his fellow accused.
This is a good question.
What does that mean to the fellow accused? Because then that means he's outing his fellow members. Anyway, hospitals face 6 months SHA pay delays. Where?
Mtu alikuwa wapi akisema SHA inafanya kazi?
Inafanya kazi. Yes. For more than 6 months, level 2 and level 3 hospitals have not received payment for primary healthcare.
6 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from the Social Health Authority, forcing main facilities to shut down essential services. So just no kena level 2, level 3, essential services, what you're looking for, how to pata why? Because SHA has not done what? Has not paid the hospitals. Now, Supreme Court attacks lawyer Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi backs down. And we also have that story. So in page 3, it is that story on Shakahola. We have the 68 billion shillings cash. That is on page 4. That is for the counties. And hold your horses. Jaramogi's clan tells Winnie and Raila Jr. So, yeah, elders and the Jaramogi clan have come in to have a conversation with the Raila Odinga family. And grade 10 learners turn out lowest in Turkana. That's according to the ministry data. Question is, with that data, mnafanyia nini? Wacheni kutuambia, make sure these kids go to school. Outrageous Kenya Sign Language left out of KCSE mean grade. How?
I don't understand how it would be left out.
Yeah, because it's a subject that people study in school. So how do you leave it out if someone started? You know, parents and Kenyan Certificate of Secondary Education candidates are up in arms after the Kenyan Sign Language marks were excluded from the overall mean score, forcing students who are studying the subject to abandon it midstream.
You should actually include it, because if you score well in it, of course it contributes to your mean.
It contributes to my mean.
And do we need to get rid of this thing whereby we're saying that it's only core subjects that can contribute to the mean score?
Yeah.
Because you make me sit the exam over this subject.
Yeah.
You make me do the work, and then you're suddenly going to say that when you test me for knowledge at the end of it, then it doesn't matter?
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Rightfully so, students and parents have all the right to complain about it. And Nyoro, Safaricom shares were undervalued. That is in page 8 of the Daily Nation. Hospitals shut, pharmacies and labs as SHA delays bite. Those are the stories that we have on the Daily Nation. You have the Star?
Yeah, let me look into the Star, where Museveni victory was created by an AI algorithm. This is according to the Kenya Human Rights Commission. Okay.
Hey, you guys are got digital mbali sana.
Yeah, Jim, man, his win, as in what?
So in terms of tabulation?
What? Tabulation. There were scores, the results long before that you had already told create a system whereby we'll see that this gentleman will be the winner.
With 72.1%.
Okay.
And distribute the votes unevenly across all the constituencies. How would that look like AI? Generate. There you have your winner for the 7th time.
It would be interesting to see the explanation behind this KHRC. Court halts building of the Ngong-Riruta railway line. There are reasons, of course, for this. Busia Senator Okiam Tata is the one who took this to court. Former KCSE exam giants that do not roar anymore. Do giants roar? But okay. For more than a decade, the relatively stable group of national high-performing private schools dominated the official order of merit for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education results released annually by KNEC. The era started to fade in 2014 when the government scrapped official school ranking, citing unhealthy competition. According to this, 2014 is when school ranking was scrapped. Hello, let me surprise you.
Wait, 2025.
2026,
it's happening.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Hey.
How Ruto moves have jolted Gachagua to camp in Mount Kenya for 60 days. Oh, God. During Saturday meeting at Sagana State Lodge, a few meters from Gashagua's Wamunyoro home, President said he was targeting to double his 2022 votes in the region. I have a suggestion. Meet me, it's just a suggestion.
Yes.
But la kukamp in Sagana, sifanye kitu kazi. I'm just saying, maybe, perhaps, that the job that Kenyans are paying you for, to be able to oversee the runnings of the nation as the country's CEO, perhaps you ought to engage in that. And that is perhaps what people would say, okay, this may be something that would vote him back in on, as opposed to camping out in Sagana for 6 years. Come on, to get, and you've actually said, I will stay here to make sure that I get more votes than I got in 2022. Excuse me.
As a farmer,
there's an office on Harambee Avenue.
Yeah. That you've never stepped it. Hey. I am a farmer in Sagana. You have come to my area. What do I want? I do not want you to tell me how you're doubling your votes. I want you to tell me how you're constructing this road that will help me get my produce to market easier, safer. I want you to tell me how I'm going to sell my produce at the maximum profit for it to make sense and for me to be able to have a better life. I'm sorry. I don't want to see wee in Sagana every day making my life difficult, man. Because when wee is on the road, what does that mean?
Do you know how much money it takes to move the president from one point to another? Exactly. How much money it takes to move him?
And his people.
Now we are here talking. Come on, guys. I can do better. The Business Daily tells us that KRA locks E-Team's locations in a 30 billion shilling fraud crackdown. Let me tell you, Maina, this money that you people are looking for up and down is here.
It is here. Yo, 30 billion.
3 billion shilling windfall for advisors in KPC stake sale. Those are many S's. The people who advise say, do like this, don't do like this. Sell here, don't sell. Spend 3 billion shilling will be shared amongst themselves.
So these are the guys who said sell KPC 3 billion.
Managing Director Joe Sang, Public Investments and Portfolio Management Director General Lawrence Kibet, Image Registrar CEO Abdul Halim Mohammed, Privatization Authority CEO Jane Rose Omondi, and FIDA Investment Bank Lead Transaction Advisor Belgrade Kenna. They are the guys.
Advisors.
Enjoy. Yay. Pesa ya maziwa tu kidogo tu.
I'm all shine when I'm all shine.
Can I take 1 minute
to
tell you the reasons why the court dropped this case, closed this case rather, around the Mandago trial? The prosecution has closed its case in the 1.1 billion shilling Uasin Gishu Overseas Education Program trial facing Senator Jackson Mandago and 2 others after proceedings that lasted more than 2 years. On the 16th of February, Senior Principal Magistrate Peter Ndege is expected to set a date for ruling on whether the accused have a case to answer. Okay, do you understand that they've closed it in case of, we have talked to people. It's not that they've closed the case, that people are going home now. No. It's that they've talked to people, they've talked to witnesses, they've gathered information, and based on this, it's been presented. Now, Justice Ndege is going to say, okay, based on all of this that we've collected, now we're going to tell you whether you have a case to answer and whether we're going to go to trial.
So they've closed their submissions and
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what has happened. Mandago, a former Uasin Gishu governor, is charged alongside Meshach Rono, I beg your pardon, and Joshua Lele, and who are current and former county officials. The 3 face 10 charges, including conspiracy to steal, theft, forgery, and abuse of office, among others arising from the education program. All right, so no need to panic right now, because not that the case is closed. Submissions, investigations are closed. It's been presented before court. 16th of February is about a month from now.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When did this matter start? 2 years ago. That should be 2020.
2023.
2023.
Yeah.
Okay. But people started not traveling before that.
Yes. People had paid in their money and there was no connection for
that
them
is
to
way
go
back, right?
Yeah, it's a while ago.
Yet.
It was while he was still governor, if I'm not wrong.
We woke up in 2022 and voted someone in. Shida ni sisi.
Kwa nini unaweka petroli kwa fire?
Wache chomeke. We must burn that house for us to have the right people in. I mean, I'm sorry, but we woke up early in the morning and queued and voted these people in, yet we know very well it is during his period that our students, our children ought to have traveled. They did not travel. We lost money. But what did we do? We never even raised it then. I'm sorry.
Ndio. Anaitwa Dennis
sorry.
Guns Blazing Aseto at 7 o'clock. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
why I'm Leah Ubaga. The Ministry of Health is moving to strengthen coordination and accountability in the health sector by initiating plans to establish the Kenya Health Policy Platform and Reform Acceleration Platform. Medical Service Principal Secretary Oma Oluga said the initiative aims to align financing, policy implementation and stakeholder action to accelerate progress towards universal health coverage. Oluga further reaffirmed that UHC is a constitutional right and a core pillar of the government's Taifa Care program and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. He emphasized that the proposed platform will not create bureaucratic structures but will instead align ongoing reforms, resource allocation and multi-stakeholder actions to achieve better health outcomes nationwide. Kenyans can now buy shares in Kenya Pipeline Petroleum Company Limited starting at 900 shillings in a move aimed at increasing public participation in the capital markets. Each share will be sold at 9 shillings with a minimum purchase of 100 shares per investor. The offering is expected to attract at least 2 million Kenyans, marking one of the largest public ownership efforts in recent years. Kenya Pipeline said the investment will also help the government raise non-tax revenues, strengthen the capital markets and unlock the company's full potential.
The company is telling us, and we already passed H1, the company is telling us that the expectation on net profit is around 9.6, 9.7, so shy of 10 billion. If I look at that, and with a dividend policy that has been set at 50%, I can already project, expectation around dividend. And we're talking about 5 billion. We're talking about 5 billion. So for any investors, looking at it versus the number of shares that are outstanding, you can already project your dividend yield, which is about 3%.
Shares can be purchased through a digitally based e-IPO system, including the use of a regular USSD code by dialing 483816 hash and paying with M-Pesa with the electronic process, eliminating queues, paper procedures and other errors. KPC's management is optimistic that the privatization of the company will create more value by increasing efficiency and simplifying financial decisions. Kenyans are urged to take advantage of this opportunity before the close on February 19th, with trading expected to officially begin in March. The government expects to raise 103 billion shillings from the sale.
We are sitting with 16.2 billion in cash, 16.2 billion in cash, and pretty much no debt, all right? Pretty much no debt, because the 3.3 liability that you're seeing reported in the accounts as borrowings is pretty much short-term within the 12 months.
And 2 people have been shot dead while a third one remains hospitalized with serious gunshot wounds following a clash between residents of Mukulusu village and officers from the Kenya Forest Service in Shinyalu, Kakamega County. The trouble reportedly began after a disagreement over the route a lorry carrying building sand should take when leaving a sand depot. Shinyalu MP Freddy Kana criticized the conduct of the officers, accusing them of repeatedly harassing residents.
Hawa askari walikuwa wale wa forest, lakini ukiangalia penye walikuja kaua watu wangu ilikuwa kando sana na forest. Tunashtumu hiki kisanga na tunaomba vyombo vya askari, vyombo vya polisi wafanye kazi yao vile ipasavyo. Naomba siku ya leo bwana OCBD ako hapa, wale wenye wamehusika kwa kuua watu wetu wachukuliwe sheria. Chenye kinanihuzunisha kabisa, hata hapa penye tuko, huyu Muyonga amepigwa marisasi 3 kwa kifua. Hiyo ilikuwa unyama kabisa.
Sasa kuna kijana mmoja alipotoka huko nikimuuliza shida ni nini, akaniambia hii trakta imeshikwa na mchanga. Na ndio raia inaulizana na maaskari kama watu wametoka forest wako kwa community, kwa nini mnawashambulia? Katika hiyo hali ilibidi mimi nisonge nyuma nirudi kwa boma, cause marisasi ilikuwa imezidi. Wakati nikitoka nikirudi kwa boma wakapita speed marisasi zikipikwa. Kuna mwenye alikuwa anatokezea mbele na pikipiki akapikwa risasi. Na huyo ni Koto.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutu wa Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that narrative, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 7 after 7 on the 21st. Did I lie? On this day of January. Actually, yes, it is the 21st of January. Welcome to Wednesday. Ndu Oko and Dennis Aseto with you in the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And this starts our conversations for this hour when we're actually going to be looking into issues right at the doorstep of Parliament. The last couple of days, we've been talking about a number of things. And then we say, then what happens? Debunking a captured Parliament. It's been a phrase that has been used for the longest time. Is it actually captured? Do people just do what they want? Or is there somebody who is pulling the puppet strings? Are they puppets? It's the conversations that we're having this morning, and necessary for us to have. To help us out in that conversation, to get a broader understanding of exactly what is going on, the Member of Parliament for Nyeri Town is the Honourable Duncan Mavenge, and he's in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
To all our listeners. And thank you for the opportunity to engage with you and Kenyans on a topic that has been on the lips of Kenyans for literally the last 1.5 years.
Yeah.
And I think it is time that we started to dive in.
Yeah.
So that we can shape the way Kenyans view their institutions and also improve those institutions in terms of executing the mandate that Kenyans has bestowed on them.
For sure.
In this case, the institution on the table today is Parliament.
Yeah.
Well, let's start out first with today's proverb. Dennis will tell you where it's from.
So our proverb today comes from Angola. It is the continent's 7th largest country, rich in diamond, gold, and oil. It is something that if you look at all these resources that they do have, everything is exported outside the country and imported back. One would hope that perhaps value addition would go a long way in ensuring that the country gets the maximum it does deserve. But let's go to the proverb. Walk with a thief and you'll steal. Walk with a liar and you'll lie. What are Angolans saying?
That proverb is not unique. In my tribe, the Kikuyu tribes, the equivalent of that saying is Moshera na mukudu akodu kagotake. Meaning that if you walk with somebody of a certain character, you will definitely acquire those characters. But what you notice is that here there is the longevity of association and the depth of the association that then enables the character to lab off onto you, and you actually start assimilating and depicting the same characters. Yeah.
Yep.
Well said.
Indeed. Well said. So, like you said, a conversation that has been on the lips of many a Kenyan for a long time. And we started to hear this phrase for some time, and then we wonder, okay, if it's so easy to capture 300 plus people all at once and to get them to sing your tune, then we have many questions. Let's start from the beginning. Is Kenya dealing with a captured parliament today?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I will want Kenyans, for example, this phrase became more pronounced following the 2024 finance bill. And I would like Kenyans to give Parliament the benefit of being able to engage Kenyans on the legislative journey and the mandate that Parliament has on legislation. And especially the requirements of the Constitution that money bills can only be originated by the executive. It is a constitutional provision, and it is also further entrenched by the Public Finance Management Act. That requires that whenever Parliament has to engage on a money bill, the reference and the advisory of Treasury has to be sought. Because we have also vested the power of national planning in the Treasury, in the structure of our Constitution, and the creation of the three independent bodies of government, as well as the doctrine of separation of powers. And once a bill has been introduced and tabled in Parliament, that is a first stage reading. After that, the bill is committed to the relevant committee of the House, in this case, the Finance Committee, which then engages in stakeholder and public participation, prepares a report which is tabled back into Parliament, allowing debate to proceed, and then moving to the third stage, which is the third reading and appearance before the committee of the whole House, where amendments are made, either by the committee itself, following the input of the public, and also by private specific individual members. In the Finance Bill 2024, a total of 84 amendments were proposed to the Finance Bill, which, as it had originally been presented by the Treasury, representing the executive. And in those amendments, some of the clauses had been completely deleted. Others, the threshold had been brought down. Others, the wording and therefore the outcome had been altered. In those circumstances, there was no uniform compliance with the document, or uniform support with the document that had been presented by the executive. Then a Parliament that can delete proposals from the executive, a Parliament that can modify and reduce the threshold of proposals made by the executive, a Parliament that can modify the impact of proposals made by Parliament, made by the executive, cannot in any way be considered to be captive.
Is this one example that you're using as to why the idea of a captured parliament doesn't exist, or are there others?
There will be multiple others. How many bills originating from the executive have been tabled in Parliament and amendments have been made?
Cast your mind to a public address made by the leader of the majority in Parliament, where he said every single thing that had been opposed by Kenyans in the finance bill made it back into the finance bill and is operational in the country. Did he lie?
He did not lie.
So,
in the course of legislation, when you have one set of legislation that becomes hotly contested because it is an omnibus, then following the lessons learned by Parliament and the leadership of the country in terms of having this one single document, an omnibus that is so highly contested, then we decided that it is better then to engage Kenyans on a specific law by law amendment, so that if it's the tax laws, we only address ourselves to the tax law changes.
No, Bwana Mathenge, my question is simple. There were issues of contention, and that is why Kenyans went into the streets.
Yes.
The leader of the majority came back about a year and a half later and was almost mocking Kenyans and said that all of the things that people were making noise about, we still put them back. We, being you,
members of parliament.
Members of parliament.
And my answer, I have said that let's look at the finance bill in its historical context.
No, I want to look at that statement made by the leader of the majority. If he said, so it would appear as though what happened is that things were said to kind of calm the situation, only for members of parliament to come back and through their deliberations put the very things that made Kenyans go to the streets back into legislation.
In those deliberations, the parliament still followed the process. Notified Kenyans that the Tax Amendment Act, the Excise Duty Act, the VAT Act is before Parliament, and this is the content that is being debated. Please bring your input. Please bring your input. And Kenyans express themselves. In Parliament, in the architecture of our constitution, is not given absolute powers. After Parliament has enacted, has legislated, the president has power under the assent clause to either agree with Parliament or differ with Parliament in two ways. He can reject the bill in totality. He can decline to sign a bill. He can also return the bill to Parliament with a memorandum and saying, my observations are 1, 2, 3. And the Constitution gives a threshold. If you want, Parliament has power to veto the president, but the threshold of that veto is a 2/3 majority. And this Constitution was overwhelmingly passed by Kenyans. Do Kenyans insinuate that we should have a parliamentary dictatorship?
By Kenyans? It was overwhelmingly
the Constitution was overwhelmingly passed by Kenyans. And we are guided by the dictates of the Constitution as the supreme law. Anytime Parliament has legislated beyond the boundaries of the Constitution, the courts have been quick to pronounce themselves that this is illegal, this is unconstitutional, and given advisories. Either ask Parliament to amend, declared certain sections totally unconstitutional, or given timelines for compliance. The checks and balances are clear, they are existing, and they have functioned.
Honorable Mathenge, let's look at the money clauses that you're mentioning, and we'll go to Finance Bill 2024. And in the advent of the build-up towards the final assentment by the president at State House, there's a lot of different demographies that came out to reject that bill.
Exactly.
Right? And at that time, there was the issue to do a VAT on bread and basic food. It was a key item, new or increased taxes as well. We got to matters to do with economic hardships, where widened inequality was raised, reduced tax incentives, and removed. This was from the business individuals. And Kenyans as well came out and spoke. And at the time, the Parliament of Kenya, that enjoys donated powers and responsibilities from the people of Kenya, sat, did not listen to Kenyans, and passed that bill, took it for assentment to the president. And it is at that time when Kenyans went to the streets, were killed, over in Parliament, Later, we see the President of the Republic of Kenya reject that bill.
Yes.
And says, Rudisha. At that point, what runs through the mind of members of parliament who have passed a bill that Kenyans had rejected? Who does your loyalty lie with, the executive or the monarchy? Because the monarchy had spoken.
Kenyans pronounced themselves to parliament through their presentations to the finance committee.
Did they?
Yes, they did. And a record of the presentations exists, including Hansard reports where every presentation, verbal presentation, is recorded ad verbatim. And therefore, we cannot have a dispute over something that is on record and can be verified. I can tell you, in the presentations that were made to Parliament, the question of total rejection of the finance bill was not, the total rejection of Finance Bill 2024 was not captured in any one of the presentations before the Finance Committee. I invite you to engage the Hansard reports in Parliament. They are available, they are open.
Okay.
And Parliament, in the Finance Committee report, the Finance Committee did highlight certain reasons why the committee rejected, advised for amendments based on the reports received. But this is the question that comes to my mind. In terms of not just this Parliament, but the remaining term of this Parliament and future parliaments, do Kenyans therefore wish, is it desirable for all of us to therefore engage on, one, when we have a high number of Kenyans or petitions being presented by Kenyans on any bill, that when then a certain percentage is reached, then Parliament is mandated to suspend debate on that bill, either allow for re-engagement or totally remove it from the parliamentary calendar.
How do you do it now? How do you do it today?
Today, you know, there's no such guidance. There's no such guidance in the statutes.
Okay, so hang on
two
there.
people would represent
so
the entire
exactly.
republic.
So if
two people would represent the entire
so if there's no threshold,
but no.
So let's clear the question.
Yeah.
If there's no threshold, because what you're saying now is that Kenyans should be able to come out and say, you know what, you people should then wait until you get 1 million views in this direction or in this direction before you make a decision. So today, how do you operate? So if if you go and do public participation in Nyeri town, for example, in a hall, as you all often do, or you ask for emails, and 15 people tell you that we are against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you say to yourself, well, okay, there's 1 million people in Kiambu or wherever, and 15 people doesn't even start to scratch the surface. So do you dump it? Or if they come and they're in favor of what you're doing and it's only 15 people, you say, well, only 15 people showed up and they're in favor. Do we accept it? How do you operate today? With all the reporting that is under Hansard and all the things that are on record, how do you decide that people came and they participated publicly? How do you decide that you're going to take into consideration what they have said?
Number one, the report of the respective departmental committee.
Made up of members of parliament.
That report, because it is that departmental committee that receives the views and the memorandum from the public. They prepare a report. In that report, they will highlight the salient presentations, the key presentations. And based on that, they will have committee recommendations. Amend, delete, modify. All right? Then, at the committee of the whole house, individual members of parliament also recommend amendments. So there is a corporate responsibility through there's a corporate response through the relevant departmental committee, but there is also the individual responsibility, because I may differ with the recommendations of the committee. And therefore, I am given a pathway to be able to weigh in.
To the best of your knowledge, for something that is in the public sphere that is against the will of the people, very clear, that you just have to look left and right and you figure out that, okay, this is a volatile situation. To the best of your knowledge, as a member of parliament who has at one point or another sat in one of these committees for reportage and also for distribution, to what extent does the public atmosphere then make a difference on how you will vote? How have you sat and said, you know what, guys, it's not looking really pretty. Public participation is telling me one thing. Based on this, it must be recommended that this is altered. How often does that happen?
It happens every time. It happens every time. That is why when you consider the original version of bills that are tabled in Parliament in the first reading and the final version that is passed at the third reading, you see the changes that have been made. Those changes include deletion, total removal of certain provisions. That deletion is actually a rejection. And therefore there is this question. When you reject something totally, what is the impact? Does it result in paralysis? And therefore it is important that Kenyans also appreciate that Parliament as an institution has a responsibility to balance the needs of the nation. Do we want Parliament that is dictatorial in itself? Or do we want Parliament that then is captive to certain segments of society or to the executive? We need a balanced Parliament. This Parliament has largely been balanced. It has weaknesses, and the weaknesses are structural, and they need to be addressed.
Honorable Madenge, Finance Bill 2026 in your constituency, right?
Yes.
Wananchi went to the streets, yes or no?
2026?
2024.
2024.
Did they go to the streets?
Yes, they went to the streets.
Because of the finance bill?
Yes.
That you say Kenyans were engaged?
Yes.
Why were they on the streets?
Democracy.
Why were they on the streets?
Democracy and the and our constitution, democratic principles worldwide, and the Kenyan constitution give Kenyans the right to picket and demonstrate on issues that they feel are affecting them. The question is
at that particular point,
yes,
Honorable Madenge, because here is a situation where Kenyans from Nyeri who have given you an opportunity to represent them are speaking to you directly and are telling you, Mheshimiwa, we do not want this bill because of A, B, C, D. We feel like it does not represent our issues. But then again, members of parliament, you included, go and pass this bill regardless of what people are saying. Public participation in the country has remained to be a suggestion. Because in this country, we ask the question, in a country of 55 million people who are engaged with these bills on a daily basis, it has come to you. If 15 people come and give you the memoranda, does that then represent the entire republic? What is the responsibility of members of parliament looking on what the country is saying, the feeling on the ground, the emotions being riled up, and say, guys, let's pause. Let's explain to Kenyans why perhaps we need to relook into this bill and listen to them afresh. Because for a very long time, members of parliament have said, liwe liwalo tutapitisha. And Kenyans said, not this time.
If liwe liwalo tutapitisha, then the Finance Bill 2024 would have passed without a single clause being either deleted or amended. In the final version of the Finance Bill 2024, 84 alterations had been made. The A, B, C, D that the people of Nyeri poured out on the streets and said, we are not happy on this bill because of tax on essential commodities, because of tax on motor vehicles. And if we could be able to go back to Parliament, and this is one of the weaknesses in the standing orders of Parliament, that I'm suggesting moving forward ought to be rectified. Today, if you go into the records of Parliament, you cannot be able to outrightly pick the clauses that have been altered or changed in any of the registrations from the time it is presented to the time it is passed. So that is one area where Parliament, and I am a parliamentarian, and I'm going to be proposing improvement because we've learned lessons. Parliament did listen to Kenyans. And
did it listen to Kenyans or the president?
The president presentation to Parliament was the original draft tabled in the first reading in the House. That was the president's voice. Mm-hmm. The final version with 84 amendments was a combination of what the president or the executive, because it is also wrong to really say it is the president, because the executive is not just the president. It was a combination, a hybrid of what the executive had presented to Parliament and the views that Kenyans had presented. That is how we had total deletion of certain sections of the bill.
By the time Parliament passed that bill and was taken it to the President for final ascension to be an act of Parliament, Parliament was happy that it had done a good job, right?
Yes.
But Kenyans had said no to that, right? And Kenyans of the streets went to the President. After the President rejected that and returned it back to Parliament, what happened? The very same members of Parliament who had passed it clapped. Very good, Mr. President. Finally, umesikiza wananchi. Why could Parliament listen to wananchi in the first place?
I will use myself as an example because there is again a misrepresentation of facts. On the day that the President summoned invited parliamentarians to State House, all right, to make his decision known to Kenyans in regard to the Finance Bill 2024 as it had been passed by Parliament. I was not among the members of Parliament who went to State House.
Just
hold. In the debate in Parliament, it is not. You could see members of Parliament that belonged to the ruling coalition making dissent. You could see members of Parliament that belonged to the minority supporting. You could see independent candidates, members of Parliament elected as independents, also distributed on both sides.
Okay.
And that dichotomy then defeats the argument that there is a total capture of Parliament. Parliament should not be captured either by the executive or one section of society. Okay. Parliament has to be responsive. This Parliament did demonstrate its responsiveness in the 84 amendments. Unfortunately, the question of maybe between the amendments and the passage, should we have time then to engage Kenyans and bring them on the table and tell them, look, this is now what Parliament these are the decisions that Parliament has proposed.
Okay.
Do you still have more concerns that should come?
All right.
And those are the lessons and the improvements that I'm saying. The finance bill and the Gen Z protests have altered dramatically the way we run affairs in the country.
Yeah.
We can no longer ignore the voice of our young people and segments on society.
Yeah.
And on that area, allow me to make 3 suggestions. Number 1, and this is a key question, when we have a crisis over certain registration or over certain issues, should Parliament continue to sit or should Parliament suspend business on the account of the issue that is causing the crisis, allowing time for further engagement?
You're suggesting
Number 2,
that?
Yes.
Okay, next.
Number 2, I am suggesting that in our standing orders of Parliament, we introduce a clause that allows Parliament to apply emergency brakes on legislation that is causing a lot of...
Contentious.
Is highly contentious. Okay? And then finally, the question of the architecture of money bills. Today, it is purely the constitutional prerogative of the executive to introduce money bills. Should we give constitutional power to Parliament to therefore have the power to become co-authors or become independent originators of fiscal frameworks in finance and in the budget? Should we have an independent parliamentary budget office that does forecasts and also conducts an impact assessment on the community when certain issues like taxation and certain laws are being passed?
So with those questions, obviously there are suggestions in terms of what you feel. And from your last submission, what I'm hearing you say is that Parliament, this Parliament, the 13th, is robust in terms of how it handles matters, and that it is not just a straitjacket approach to things. All right, I hear that submission, and I offer you August 2025, when the President of this Republic accused members of Parliament and, so in this case, National Assembly and Senate, of taking bribes to the tune of 10 million shillings to pass a bill in one direction or another. Is that true? Are members of Parliament bribed by whomever?
I will throw the gauntlet back.
No, it's a question I'm asking you. Are members of Parliament bribed?
Is any institution in this country immune from bribery?
Honorable
The
Mathenge?
accusations have...
The accusation came
abounded.
directly from the President of the Republic, whom has been accused of being the one of capturing Parliament in the past. After his submission, members of Parliament got their knickers in a twist and said, absolutely not, it's not us, it's not us. Where would he get this information from? The question is simple. It could be a yes or no. Are members of Parliament bribed to make decisions in certain directions?
Are there members of Parliament who are unduly influenced? Yes. What is the magnitude? If that happens, it is individual members of Parliament. And we have suggested as parliamentarians...
Do they do this in isolation?
Those
when they are bribed? Do they do this in isolation? When they're bribed, nobody else knows about it. Mathenge's received 10 million shillings, allegedly, in a particular hotel somewhere. Does he do this in isolation?
No, you know, then when that happens, and I remember the president asking, a certain committee came for money, 10 million, I think he said. And he asked, did you get it? You know, Parliament has to cleanse itself.
And stop taking bribes.
And definitely, absolutely. And number two, the committee, Parliament must prevail upon the president to name the committee that took bribes.
Who's giving this money? Who's bribing?
You know, the person giving you may not be able to tell. I would have expected that to be named. But the bare minimum, that committee that received the 10 million that the president spoke about ought to have been immediately disbanded.
Perfect.
All right?
Now, this is the problem.
And now,
I'm sorry, I'm going to hold you there so that we can go in a particular direction here. This person who took this money, that person ought to be, what did you say? The committee should be disbanded,
and
they should be investigated.
Yes.
These people should go to jail, they should be...
Absolutely.
Okay, all of that should happen.
Yes.
Who is responsible for ensuring that this disbanding and all of investigating takes place?
Once the statement was made by the president, both the DCI, the three institutions, ESCC, DCI, and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions should have immediately picked that up, commence investigations, and we should have seen action by now.
But they didn't, and we didn't see action. They didn't, and we didn't see action.
Now,
did we hear Parliament again after August 2025, beyond the going to media saying it was not me, it was not me? Did we hear Parliament in the committee saying, you know what, guys, because you talk about record on Hansard, right?
Yeah.
Did we hear Parliament come out and say, you know what, guys, this doesn't look good? Number one. Number two, was it you? Number two, did we hear anybody from committees coming out and saying, you know what, this is a heavy indictment on us?
Parliamentary Service Commission.
Parliamentary Service Commission, PIC, PAC. Did anybody come out and say, you know what, this doesn't look really good.
Yeah.
We need to actually form something that brings about the question. I'm going in the direction.
Yeah.
Whether it is the president talking about bribes that come out of the National Assembly and the Senate, whether it is members of Parliament sitting in their committees and having conversations so that we can lead on to investigations about what the Auditor General says in terms of money that's missing, whether it is education funds that have not been sent, capitation hold up there forever, whatever it is, this is the same attitude in terms of reaction that you yourself, by your own admission, are upset about. We don't ever see that reaction. And that leads to the blanket statement about a captured Parliament. Do you see how the puzzle fits?
I will still insist that a Parliament that does engage and makes changes to legislation that has originated from the executive, with robust debating, with dissension, with proposed amendments, with the dropping of certain clauses wholesale, that Parliament cannot be fit the description of being captive. But the structure...
Maybe Aseto can ask my question again so that maybe you can understand what it is that I said.
Let me put it this way. The President of the Republic of Kenya originates bills.
Yes.
Right? The bills come to the National Assembly.
Yes.
They come to the National Assembly. It is led by the Leader of Majority,
yes,
who belongs to the President's party.
Yes.
Right? That means the President and the Leader of Majority had a discussion on this bill and on this finance bill and why it needs to pass, right?
Yeah.
With all the discussions that do continue and everything and the people pushing, the President comes and say, we want that bill to pass, right? We continue and we see this ends up to Parliament, to the President. The President rejects it because Kenyans invaded Parliament and said, you know what, let it go back. But it is the very same President who says that Parliament receives money from his office or from whichever point, right?
Yeah.
It is the very same person, the common denominator across board. Do you therefore see why today Kenyans are saying, even when we as wananchi say no to specific bills that we feel do not represent us, feel Parliament is captured because the person who originates the bill has just confirmed that money ends up to Parliament.
And because there are lessons learned, and the common denominator of the president is in the structure of our constitution. We give the executive power to originate money
but
bills.
Not power to bribe, though.
To originate money bills. The proposals then are processed and disposed of in Parliament. In the disposal by Parliament, what then happens when consistently there are changes to the draft that is eventually leaves Parliament and is presented to the President for assent? It does show some level of independence, all right? And that is why I'm saying this level of independence may be what Kenyans are contesting. And therefore, I am proposing that do Kenyans just want to complain about this Parliament?
No.
Or do they want to therefore further guide the conduct of business by Parliament? Because they are the ones who have delegated the power to Parliament.
Kenyans just want you to do your job. Kenyans want you to represent, and to oversight, and to legislate. Kenyans want you to ensure that when you talk about public participation, it is not just to tick the boxes. Kenyans want you, when that bill comes, Nyeri town people want you to go back to them and ask them, hey, we have this bill, come let's engage, what are your views? And you go back to parliament and tell them, this is what my people say with regard to this bill. And because they have said no, it is not a question of 15 people representing 55 million people, and you take that and say public participation did work. I'm sorry, but on that, Mr. Madenge, Kenyans are saying, I'm sorry, you're captured.
Dennis, I will tell you in my case, as a Nyeri Town Member of Parliament, witness can be borne by sections of Nyeri Town constituents, that whenever there is a bill that I feel has an impact, a high impact on them, sometimes I go to the extent of getting the bill printed and distributed in markets. I'll give you an example. The proposed legislation by Boni Halwale on regulating the border industry. The border riders in Nyeri can tell you, I had a copy of that bill presented to every shed of border riders and ask them, please interrogate and present. On a number of occasions, I will actually go on my social media pages and use the communicators from my communications department from my office to tell Nyerians, by the way, we are considering this bill. Please benefit us with your input. Parliament is a corporate body, but it is also made by individuals. Ultimately, every member of parliament will have to go back to the people who elected them in 2027 and seek to either get their contract renewed on the basis of their performance.
Okay.
It's the Nyeri Town constituents, the 80,000 plus voters, who will bring their verdict on how, as their member of parliament, I have performed in representation, in legislation, and in oversight.
The thing about this is that it's not a feeling. You can't romance it on a Tuesday morning and say, okay, well, today I kind of feel like it. It's constitutionally bound. And Parliament is not a favor to the executive. Yeah. Parliament makes part of the legislature, which is an arm of government, constitutionally held in Kenya. Yeah. Judiciary, executive, legislature. So it is not how you feel.
Yeah.
It's what you're mandated to do. So when we see things like this happening, it's almost as though Kenyans are saying, well, we've delegated our responsibility to you, but that doesn't mean that you then take it, or rather delegated our sovereignty. That doesn't mean that you now take it and then sit at the whims of somebody else. I'm going back to my question. Why didn't Parliament, again, by your own submission, when you saw that DCI and EACC and whoever else was supposed to have asked the demanding questions of, because all money has a trail.
Yes.
Even the one that you remove cash and give somebody in the toilet, as people have told us happens, has a trail. So why didn't Parliament insist on this thing that was so damning? Went around the world, by the way. Yep. It's very rare that a president will come out and tell members of Parliament that you people are receiving bribes. It's an indictment of huge proportions.
Exactly.
So why didn't Parliament in those committees, again, insist, I'm going to an attitude that is through and through? It's not just this, Madenke. It may come as a surprise to you. Why didn't Parliament insist that DCI, EACC, all the CCs and the IIs come out and ask who received money for bribes in terms of passing or rejecting of a bill that is your job? Why didn't that happen?
In Parliament, in the course of debate, after that the president's pronouncement, I may not offhand pick the day, but members of Parliament did pronounce themselves on the pronouncement by the president on the floor of the House. And there is a question we've been asking ourselves. Once Parliament, and this is one example. back in 2024, early 2024, or no, late 2023, I had a motion on betting. On
Yes, you
betting.
did.
And the House did resolve that there was need for betting to be controlled. Yet, we have the Betting License Control Board. Once decisions of Parliament have been made, resolutions of Parliament has been made, we have a lacuna. In the sense that once those recommendations have been made, if they are not acted upon, what should happen? And this has existed up to the 13th Parliament. And these are the things I'm saying. Are there the lessons that we are learning? What are the actions that they are evoking?
Why didn't Parliament insist on EACC, DCI coming to ask further questions and carry out an investigation on the proclamation that was made by the President in August 2025?
Are you aware that according to the Constitution, the office of the DPP is independent?
Yes.
And this is the question. So the DPP goes and drops cases. Who, at what time, has at any one moment, as Kenyans, decided that this independence should not be this absolute, therefore...
Is this independence fortified or seen clearly in the law, the Constitution? Is it there? Because
in the Constitution.
Is it in the Constitution?
It
the
is.
office of the DPP, for example, and the independence of this office and the functions of this office, are they clarified in the Constitution?
They are clarified.
So it's a law.
But the question...
I'm sorry, is it a law?
It's the law.
It's the law.
Yes.
Who legislates? Who legislates?
You know, number one, in the Constitution, the legislation was both parliamentally and directly by Kenyans through the referendum. And therefore, the responsibility of the content and the architecture of our Constitution, it is our responsibility, all of us. Because that is where we create the institutions that we call Parliament,
the people
the
who
judiciary.
Activate this representation are members of Parliament through the National Assembly.
The people who activate this legislation are Kenyans when they go to the vote and identify the person who goes to represent them.
And this person sits in sessions of Parliament for the duration of that 5 years. This person sits there continually practicing out this representation. That is my point. And you still have not answered my question. Based on that, you sit. I think perhaps, this person goes and sits and practices this representation on a daily basis. When you sit in the committees, when you sit in the plenary, when you do all the things that you need to do. So when you see things that are going in a direction that contravenes the spirit of that same Constitution, which gave you the delegated sovereignty and responsibility to do so, you cannot come and tell us that it's an independent office, that then we have no idea what will happen and we hope that they will do their job.
Question.
Yes.
When the president made his pronouncement that members of parliament do receive bribes, it is expected that EACC, ODPP, DCI would move in and investigate, right?
Yes.
But I remember during that time on the floor of the House, members of parliament came and called out the president for calling them corrupt, right? But remember, like Ndu says, money has trail. There is the giver, there is the receiver. Parliament is said to be receiving.
Yes.
Executive says we are giving. Question is, at that point, Parliamentary Service Commission is in charge of the welfare of members of Parliament. It is a question of credibility of a house that they oversee. We have not had anything from Parliamentary Service Commission. Members of Parliament have not moved to ensure that their names are cleared. Members of Parliament have not asked DCI to investigate. Members of Parliament have not even asked the President to go record a statement so that investigations can start. One asks the question, Everyone is talking, but there is no movement. So what is the responsibility of members of parliament, of Parliamentary Service Commission, to ensure that they present themselves as clean by presenting themselves to be investigated and ask the relevant bodies to come investigate? What stops Parliament from doing that?
Members of Parliament, when the president made that allegation, that pronouncement, they asked him to name. They asked him to name the parliamentarians. Because there's no way somebody is able to say, I gave Dennis has received 10 million. I am specifying it is on, what is the name of our show this morning?
The Situation Room.
It was in the Situation Room, during the Situation Room show. But I cannot be able to say who gave Dennis the money. Because I know. And therefore, when we talk about, when institutions fail to carry out their mandate, and clearly in the Constitution we have said that this institution is independent. It is not subject to be directed by anyone else. And these are the lacunas that I'm talking about.
But even in its independence, institutions can request for investigations to be undertaken. That is not direction. And that's where I'm going with it, because Parliamentary Service Commission would have invited ODPP or DCI to come investigate the allegations that have been given by the president. And the president, Parliament has powers than the executive.
By the way,
it is Parliament that legislates, including the funding of the executive. Parliament would ask the president, I assume, to make clear his allegations, to record a statement with the ODPP, with the DCI, for investigations to start. What stops Parliament from taking that route?
Within Parliament, we have a committee known as the Powers and Privileges Committee. That committee ought to have summoned the committee that those allegations were made against. The institutional weaknesses are what I'm saying. They are there. As Kenyans, do we just want to say we have noted these institutional weaknesses? Or do we want to offer further guidance to these institutions? Because we realize we have given them the mandate, but they have failed to meet our expectations.
Who now? Parliament has failed? Or whomever.
Why didn't EACC pick up? Or if it has picked up, why the bribery to the parliament? And if it has picked it up, why hasn't EACC in its annual reporting, periodic reporting, announced to Kenyans that on this accusation, this is where we are? And that comes, therein comes the question that then, do we need another structure that would help us ensure that these bodies and institutions that have been created in the Constitution, when they malfunction, then what is the course or the direction that we ought to take?
One asks the question.
Yes.
Has Parliament of Kenya today let down Kenyans on legislation, representation, and oversight? We talk about legislation because we talk about even Finance Bill 2024. Legislation. Kenyans said no. It passed anyway. Talk about representation. Every other time, a member of parliament, development, you got to beg the president to bring development to your area. Yet we know you can get that from the floor of the house. We talk about oversight. Every day, billions and billions and billions of shillings are being lost every day. Parliament, legislation, oversight, representation. Has Parliament of Kenya let down Kenyans?
I will say both yes and no. I will say no because there is no single legislation that I know of in the last 3 years that has been presented by Parliament and it has been passed in its original form without amendments. All right? I will say yes because Kenyans continue to express themselves, sometimes lightly, sometimes incorrectly, in terms of the perceived power that they believe Parliament exercises. And I have given you the example of the money bills. And I have even given suggestions on how I think Kenyans, to meet the expectations they have on Parliament, on matters finance, that then we can amend the Constitution and give Parliament more power on money bills. All right?
Yeah.
So my worry would be if this Parliament was not responsive at all and it is 100% conformist. The track record of the current Parliament is that there is no single bill that has been presented either by individual members of Parliament or by committees of Parliament or the executive through the office of the leader of the majority that has passed through Parliament without changes being effected to it.
Okay. Well, our time has run out, and thank you for that. And I'm glad that you came this morning, because then many things have been made clear. And we look forward to continue this kind of discourse. The Member of Parliament for Nyeri Town is the Honourable Dan Mathenge, has been here with us this morning. Asante Sana.
I want to thank you. I think today when I saw the topic, I said, wow, this is deep. But I think today has been one of the most engaging discussions that we have been in. You have been able to bring forth exactly how Kenyans feel and view their Parliament. But I think I've also been able to present to Kenyans in a mini version a scorecard in terms of how to interrogate the work of Parliament, but also proposed that there are structural weaknesses that we need to amend.
Of this, Kenyans will be the judge. Asante Sana. It's almost 2 minutes past 8. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Obag. The government has urged parents to report school principals who force them to buy uniforms from specific shops, saying such practices violate existing regulations. Speaking during a live panel in one of the local TV stations, Education Cabinet Secretary Migoso Gambe acknowledged complaints from parents over the rising cost of school requirements, noting that the problem lies not with uniforms themselves, but with how some school heads enforce their purchase. The CS said that while uniforms remain a mandatory requirement, parents must be given the freedom to purchase them from outlets of their choice. Ogamba admitted that although the ministry is aware of allegations that parents are being compelled to buy the specific uniforms from particular shops, then enforcement has been hampered by a lack of evidence. President William Ruto has directed Lance Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome and Principal Secretary Nixon Korir to finalize the processing of a title deed for Nairobi's Gikomba market within 90 days, following concerns that unclear land ownership has allowed land grabbers to exploit the public space. Speaking during a meeting with Gikomba market traders at State House, Nairobi, the president said the move will settle the ownership dispute once and for all, ending speculation and illegal claims over the market.
Mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba that problem of Gikomba, I can assure you that Gikomba is public land. Hatutaki kusema Gikomba is public land without documentation. Tuwe na documentation ya kudhibitisha ya kwamba Gikomba ni mali ya umma. Na sababu hiyo tumekubaliana na county government ya kwamba tutatengeneza title deed. Na nimemwambia Nixon hapa, PS wetu wa lands, wewe waziri wako National Land Commission, within 90 days tuwe na title deed.
Aviation workers have accused the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority of unfair labour practices and failing to review salaries for long-serving employees despite repeated appeals over the past decade. The Kenya Aviation Workers Union issued a 7-day ultimatum to the government and KCAA, citing unresolved grievances, including long overdue salary reviews.
We are not happy saying these things. Neither are we happy asking our members to proceed on strike. We know the consequences. We know the sensitive role that our members play in this country. But where we are left with no option, like in this case, if we don't get a response, an acceptable response, in the next 7 days, we are left with one alternative, and that is to ask our members to down tools of work.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
As schools reopen across the country, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority has issued a back-to-school warning to parents, schools and retailers over the circulation of counterfeit scientific calculators. The counterfeit calculators can give inaccurate results or fail unexpectedly, putting learners at risk. Casio now offer QR code verification to help consumers confirm genuine products. Protect learners. Buy genuine.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're coming into it at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we continue with one this hour. A bit of a disturbing one, but a necessary one for us to have. We talk about government, we talk about politics, we talk about social justice, we talk about our communities, we talk about our regions, we talk about the world. We must then look at the intricacies of what happens in what many would call the dark alleys and dark webs of the world as well. And that is what forms the basis of the conversation that we shall be having this morning. On Monday, in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, an extensive report was carried by investigations editor for KTN, Francis Ontomwa, about the dark walls of surrogacy in Kenya. It was then in the afternoon on KTN, and of course, voiced by Lennox Sengre, and we looked into some of those details on the news side, and thought best to look into this conversation this morning because I hazard that perhaps some of the shockers in that story, Ontoma did not put all of them in that story, but he's here and he'll tell us some of those things today. So, Francis, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You?
I'm fine, thank you. It has.
Yeah.
It has. You know, normally sometimes on the other side, looking under the microscope for the guys, or the magnifying glass. So it's good to have you in the room this morning.
It's good to see you.
So we open up these things today.
Yeah.
Also joining us this morning is Dr. Muthoni Thiankolu, who's an advocate, and he also joins us in the room this morning. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning, Du.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for also being here, because you can tell us what the law, because you can also let us know what exactly this means in this world that we are looking into, and in terms of how it's then going to then be able to work for us. We are also joined this morning to have a conversation with Mutuku Nguli, who is part of the Counter Human Trafficking Trust of East Africa, and also joins us in the room this morning. Good morning, Nguli.
Good morning. Thank you.
Karibu sana, everybody. Before we get to work, let's put you to a little bit of work. Dennis goes to a different African country every week. This week, he'll tell you where we are. We'd love to hear your interpretation of this proverb.
And the proverb comes from Angola, 7th largest country in the continent, rich in diamond, gold, and oil. Got its independence from the Portuguese, so it's a Portuguese-speaking country. And one of the things that still is a problem in the country, aside from the economy, like any other country, is the fact that during the Civil War, there was a lot of landmines in the country, and up to date, people continue to suffer because you don't know where you step and whether you'll find landmine there. So it is said it is a country with among countries with many landmines that still are active today. But the proverb we get from Angolans: walk with a thief and you will steal. Walk with a liar and you lie. Wakili, you're always in business of interpretation. How would you interpret that?
It's simply what we were told in primary school: birds of a feather flock together, such that if you keep bad company, you're likely to be influenced to become a man or woman of bad character. And equally, if you keep the company of people of noble character, there is a great chance that you yourself are likely to pick good influences from such people.
Yes. I love that you picked good influences. Yes. Mutuku, how would you interpret it?
Oh, actually, basically what that would mean in our own context, especially in Africa, is that your friends define you. As they say, show me your friends and I'll know your character before you even tell me. So that is the simplest interpretation I would give that analogy. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's been said it all that you are the company that you keep. So if you decide to work with wrong people, if you decide to work with people who are well-minded, you are likely to be that. So I think that's the bottom line. Yes.
Well said.
Indeed. Thank you, gentlemen, for this. Of course, we're looking into this dark alleys of surrogacy in Kenya. And when we think about surrogacy, it's actually a process which is meant to give hope to those who want to have children, but because of physiological or other issues are not able to do that. Whether there is a risk to them as a woman, if you carry a pregnancy, if there's a risk and you're not able to do that, but you do want to have children. Surrogacy is a process that had been introduced many years ago, whereby another woman essentially nests the pregnancy for you, and then hands over that child to you. It has since become a business whereby, we've got a number of women who can give birth quite a number of times and will do this in exchange for money. And so just with that bit of an introduction, Ontoma, as you did this story, what made you think that this was something that you would investigate a little bit more?
Thank you, too. And I think I like the preamble that you are setting up already, that we are not entirely saying that surrogacy is a bad thing. And I don't think that is what really the intention of our story was.
Yeah.
So we were out there to document really the ills that are associated and that are less spoken about in this dark industry. So we interviewed a number of people and we talked to, we looked at a number of research that have been done already. And it jumped out like a very important subject that we needed to have. And therefore, we set out, we talked to so many people, and we may have actually documented fewer voices than we interviewed. So we have lots more others that we kept on the side because we're intending to follow up that story in a bigger way. So, but by and large, it was really important. And I think it's a conversation that this country must really have. Because it's a dark industry that is operating in a vacuum that we need really to address.
Okay, and now even as we will, of course, are coming back and forth, but to you, Bonanguli, obviously dealing with issues of trafficking, and this story led to suggestions of possible trafficking by external parties for women in Kenya who are surrogates, but these children are then taken and moved off to different parts of the world. Is that the reality?
Well, thank you. That's just one part of the reality, because we have both local and the cross-border, that's the international aspect of surrogacy that plays out in society. And mainly all this is determined by the demand and, where the location of that demand comes from. So we have seen by and large that big numbers from outside seek to process surrogacy through Kenya, maybe because we have weaker legislation which does not provide safeguards for victims. And therefore, for us, it's actually the exploitation bit that really gets us concerned. And then when we look back at it, trying to trace the continuum of the process, we realize, in actual sense, it all fits into human trafficking. But then the end product of how exploitation happens is actually two ways. The mother is exploited for non-payment for the promise they given, but also the children are being trafficked, not for the purpose of humanity, but for the purpose of organ harvesting. So these
of whom? The child?
The child. Actually, that is the end product. Someone would ask the question, why would someone from outside, very far land, come and seek for an African child to be moved out? How many of us would know the context of Africans in relation to other races especially? It's only defined by the fact that the motive is never to procreate humanity, but rather to exploit and benefit from the process, because it's a very competitive industry where organs are not readily available.
So, Wakili, with all that both Ontoma and Nguli have talked about,
yes,
there is then the aspect of the law. And we know we have the ART bill in the country that is said to be regulating this area, this demography. But if you read the laws, or if you compare the laws that we have in the country and other developed democracies, what are the gaps that people are taking advantage of to commit crime?
Great question. And to me, there are two questions. I want to begin by saying there is nothing inherently wrong or immoral or even exploitative about surrogacy in and of itself. Surrogacy has been with humanity since the advent of civilization. Even in your biblical times, when you see Abraham and Sarah asking Hagar to bear a child for them, it is a form of surrogacy. Of course, with the knowledge available to the world at that time, a very rudimentary form of surrogacy. Even in our pre-colonial Africa, and even today, there are many arrangements couples enter when they are unable to have a child with another woman that, technically speaking, they have all the hallmarks of surrogacy. So the problem we have in Kenya is that as societies have advanced, and these days surrogacy is now heavily intertwined with the human reproduction technology, IVF and whatnot, is that our government has not enacted a legal framework to govern that space. And it's not just surrogacy. There are many other things, although today we are focusing on surrogacy. And as usually happens, Wakili can tell you in law school, we were taught that man, in this case including woman, is inherently self-seeking, and the purpose of law is to regulate human activity. So when you have a space of human activity that is not regulated by way of law, that's why you create room for exploitation, for predation, for bad behavior. So the real issue really is not that there is something wrong or dark about surrogacy. It is a problem that has been with us, and the absence of a law then creates too many problems. One of them is, of course, who are the legal parents of the child that is conceived through such arrangements, who bears parental responsibility for that child, and many other legal questions.
Sure. And of course the question comes in terms of then what can a woman do with her body? If she decides that she wants to get pregnant and hand the baby over to somebody else for some money, it's her body, right? But then the regulation of the law then comes into that. It's interesting because one of our members of parliament for Suba North, Milio Dambo, has been on this surrogacy issue for a while in terms of regulation, in terms of what it needs to look like. Now let's park that for just a little bit. I want to come back to you on Toma because these women are getting pregnant, and from the details of your story, we're looking at anything between from 35,000 shillings a month for the duration of the pregnancy is the kind of money that they get. The hospital bills are taken care of. The minute they deliver the baby, then that transaction ceases. Is that correct? If that's the case, who is this person who's paying this money? How do they get in touch with somebody? Are they already pregnant women that they then approach? Or do they say, get pregnant for... How is this happening?
So how it works is this thing starts from informal conversations.
Okay.
Mostly it's referrals, and social media is really a big space for this thing. So these agencies advertise for women who are willing to be part of this trade, and according to what we are learning, they get overwhelming responses from women because of the tough economic times. And it's interesting looking at the demographics that we are especially focusing on. It's mostly women from the informal settlements, poor women who are unemployed, women who have just tough economic times. So once they are recruited, they are then linked with clients. They are clients who talk to these agencies all over the world. And once they procure these clients, they start looking for now the surrogate mothers. So they link these surrogate mothers, and then of course there is the transfer of the embryo to these mothers. So it's mostly through referrals, and it's mostly through social media that they reach out to these women.
Okay. So who's funding it though? These are agencies that have set up for business, or is there somebody behind all of this who is pumping in money because it's an expensive process? Who's footing the bill?
Mostly it's the agencies are just conduits. We have ready clients who are out there looking out for who wants to have children. Some of them are couples. Some of them are just people out there who just want to have children and who cannot bear children. So they reach out, and these agencies are just in between as the conduit between now the client and the surrogate mothers.
Okay.
So, Wakili, I'll ask the question and I will come back to you in terms of trafficking. Wakili, does the law today as we have it allow foreigners to come into the country and procure surrogacy? Because as I was reading, I saw it has been discouraged to avoid what you call tourism or foreign. It is basically illegal in the country. But even with that, do we see foreigners come in the country to procure surrogacy? And if that's the case, do we have problem with implementation? And does that then qualify for organ transplant and trafficking, which is illegal in the law?
Kenyan, we now live in a neoliberal world in which there is free movement of people, services, and whatnot. So there is no law barring in a foreigner or even a local citizen, because again, it would be unfortunate to reduce this or to profile foreigners. The truth is that even local citizens enter into these arrangements, but the technical answer to your question is that, as I said, there is no legal framework governing surrogacy and other forms of assisted human reproduction in Kenya, and as a result, there is a legal vacuum. If you want, you can call it a legal penumbra. And as I said earlier on, then the problem is not that the commissioning parent or the commissioning couple. When I talk of the commissioning parent or couple, these are the people who want a baby, and they are now engaging the woman who is able to carry a pregnancy. So that woman is the one we call the surrogate mother, the one bearing the child on behalf of someone else. And then the contracting or commissioning couple or whatever. So there is no law. The point is, unless something is expressly prohibited in a positive law enacted by Parliament or a rule of common law, then it's free for all. Anything goes. And that's precisely the problem. And I want to say this problem has not been recent in Kenya. It's only that it has caught media attention in recent times. If you go to Europe, for instance, the UK, the country from which we borrow most of our laws, enacted their law on this in the year 1990. I don't know if that's close now to 40 years ago. So for me, the issue is anyone can come, and I don't know how much your time permits. We don't want to go into the intricacies of the science, but there are two forms of surrogacy. One is in which the mother has no genetic link. That is, the woman now paid to enter into surrogacy, has no genetic connection to the baby she's carrying. So they will harvest the ovum from the intended mother, the sperm from the intended father, have them fused in a lab or in a hospital or clinic setting. Then it will be put into the surrogate mother's womb. So that is complete surrogacy. There is, of course, the more traditional one that I said goes back even to the biblical times, where the woman who is paid or commissioned has a genetic link to the baby in question, in the sense that it is her egg that is used to generate the baby. The legal questions, as I said, are very many. For instance, we all know pregnancy is an inherently risky journey. A pregnancy can come with lifelong complications. It comes with serious health risks. It comes with even long-term, even risk of death. So when someone is entering into a transaction that can run into 9 months with an infinite range of potential health complications, on the one extreme being death, the other extreme being lifelong impact, then you're told you've been paid that 5,000 shillings, or God forbid, even much less a month. You have been promised you'll be paid a certain lump sum if the baby is born and is okay. Then let's say, by way of example, you're told you'll be paid 1 million shillings, the typical woman in Kenya living in the informal settlements. That would be a windfall in that economic space. But it's actually very little money, given the type of complications that can arise in the whole journey of pregnancy and childbirth. So that's why now the questions of exploitation and who is getting the money, like when I saw your stories and like happens in all these spaces without regulation, why would an agency be paid millions of shillings? The person carrying all these risks, for instance, just gets that 5,000 shillings a month, and at the end of the journey. And trust me, just yesterday I was reading a very interesting case of an infinite range of complications that arise legally, even from the surrogate themselves, because it will be unfair again to treat these women who are being commissioned as always the victims. Sometimes they themselves shortchange the couple that has commissioned them. So we should also be sufficiently open-minded to know there are legal problems that can arise because perhaps this woman we are seeking to protect is herself not a very good person and does not honor deals. Only time doesn't permit, like I told you. Just yesterday I was reading a very interesting case.
Yeah. Guli, what you said is a bit worrisome to me, just making the connection between that and on Thomas' discoveries, that there... Can we see a link, a direct link between these women who are being delivered of their babies and a trafficking dragnet in other parts of the country, specifically towards organ harvesting of children? Can we see that? Because it sounds crazy, but it sounds like it's a lab. It sounds like a lab. That these children are being delivered, they're taken. These children grow up wherever they are kept, for whatever, so that they're I don't even want to finish the statement, but is that what we are saying? It's mind-boggling.
Actually, it is. And
that's the case?
You're not alone. It's a very complex way that, surrogacy in its illegal form happens. The motive, the intentions, and how it's all administered in order to get the babies. I think one of the key things that we need to always recall is that for a baby and the mother to be deemed as victims of trafficking, there has to be recruitment, and that's where the investigation was able to identify that mothers are recruited. The number two, they're actually moved from their normal domicile place of living to another location where they are actually harbored, and in the process of harboring, they are actually exploited. So that exploitation happens at some end. That's where the mother process ends. But the baby, once born, when moved for a different location, the purpose starts to take another effect. And this baby becomes now the subject of organs.
This is in Kenya?
This is happening, mostly this is happening elsewhere. And that's why you could see in one of the segments of the clip, there was the agent trying to say that there's no problem because we process all the documentation and through immigration and things move swiftly. So you could imagine how is all this done in a very secluded manner, and babies are born here, they are moved out of here. Nobody knows where they go, except when we look at the documentation. But what is the motive of these babies being moved? Because I've just said earlier, not that people lack or like black people a lot.
Yeah.
What would be the motivation that they would have people in Africa doing this for them?
I'm almost scared to imagine.
Right?
What could be the thing? Yeah.
So we have to look at this in a global sense, so that we can get the sense of what exactly organizes this crime.
I feel like you're being guarded, Nguli,
right?
and you don't want to tell us exactly what's going on with this thing.
So I think what I'm giving you should be able to help you to understand and start learning about this, because all this is information that you can also get and study on. This is not easy crime. This is organized crime. We have a number of people who get involved with the process and who get paid, and it's not small money. That's what I did say. It's quite handsome, except the person who carries the baby.
Thomas, okay. Sorry. These mothers, because you had a conversation with a number of them, right? Because it's 9-10 months, give or take, because the truth of the matter, 36 weeks, then maybe some to 40 weeks. Who takes their children after that? Do they deliver them? Because also we hear with surrogacy that unless you have a family who's actually taking it for the purpose that Wakili has spoken about later, where they actually want a child and they have an agreement whereby you can stay with the baby for a few minutes or whatever before you hand them over. Who is taking these children? How are these mothers feeling? Do they understand what has actually happened in that process? Or is it just for the money?
I think largely it's about the money. And one of the most shocking things that we learned is some of these agencies don't allow you to stay with the baby even for days. Once you're done with the business of delivering, the baby is taken away from you. That is some of the confessions that we got from these women. And shockingly, I think one of the things that we also need to discuss is about the contractual arrangements that these women get into. And one of the things we learned is that these women sign contracts that they cannot show a copy of. They have no copies to show the contract. So they simply go sign them. And shockingly, at credible advocates' places, legal firms, and I think Wakil is here, he might want to chime in on that. So they go sign documents at lawyers' places, but they are never allowed to keep copies. So this is why when these misfortunes happen, miscarriages happen on the way, they cannot even find ways to push a case across because they have no contracts to show, they have nothing really to stand on in terms of credible evidence and papers. So I think it's a major letdown, and I'm just hoping that the law we are looking at will be able to address some of these gaps. As they keep saying here in this country, we always envision and we have all the best laws any country could envy of, but the question of implementation is the hot potato.
I mean, Ontomwa, you see, when these women go through the entire process, right? They are within communities and societies. I don't know if they get into deals where they are put in safe houses to go through the processes and whatnot, but where do they go? Because I'm assuming if someone has gone through the 9 months of pregnancy within the society, when you come back, you got to explain, where did the baby go to? You have to give an explanation to the community or the society. That's another thing that women out here have to handle, as well as Wakili. Now, here's a question where we have the legal fraternity now, lawyers who are into this space, who are abating a problem that does exist. What does that say about lawyers that we have in the country in ensuring that Kenyans are protected?
So first off, the woman who really was largely our case study is a mother of 3. And I think the smallest kid is about 4 years. So she had to come out clean to the children and tell them the truth that I'm carrying a baby and you won't see this baby.
Oh, hang on.
Shockingly.
These mothers are in families. They have other children who they're staying with.
Yes. In our case now, this is a single mother who has 3 children. So she explained it clearly because she knew the repercussions that would come with the children getting shocked. She had to explain how she lost her pregnancy to her children in black and white. So normally there are 2 arrangements. You can agree to be in the surrogate houses, then you are housed. But then when you are housed, because you get all these services, food, cleaning and everything, it means your salary is lesser. So while she was getting 35,000 living at her place, women who were being housed at the surrogate houses were getting 20,000 shillings. That is what we learned. So it's largely the emotional attachment of these mothers to the babies is another thing that we discovered, that this mother, it's human and it's motherly to get attached to your baby. And just that letting go that this baby can now be taken in an instant is really pains some of these mothers. You are left lactating and no child to relieve you. So you listen to some of these tales and you really get sad about it.
Wakili, what do you make of these contracts and these law firms?
I don't think a serious lawyer would encourage a client to sign a contract that they're not given a copy of and that is clearly lopsided and whatnot. Like I've been saying, we run the risk of demonizing surrogacy. The problem at hand is not surrogacy per se. I keep insisting the problem is the lack of legal framework, because it is the lack of legal framework that creates the opportunities for all the extreme things we're hearing: human trafficking, organ trafficking, and whatnot. It is important to know surrogacy serves a useful purpose in society. And speaking for myself, There are enormous positive benefits. A properly regulated surrogacy framework can give the country and all parties involved. There will be work for lawyers, for instance, drawing good contracts within a properly regulated frameworks. There will be a couple or couples anywhere across the country or the world who are able to overcome the problem of childlessness because of surrogacy. There are fertility clinics that could make huge legitimate business in a properly regulated surrogacy environment. So to me, the issue is not that surrogacy is taking place and it is a bad thing. Far from it. There is nothing wrong. Surrogacy, as I said, will always be with humanity, has always been with humanity. The discussion should be, why has our government, for the last 40 to 50 years, when surrogacy became commonplace across the world, why haven't we enacted a law? And now he's asking legal circles, because in this country, you may not know it, most of the laws we enact are just copy and paste from UK laws. Why didn't we even copy and paste whatever they have there instead of having this legal vacuum? In any event, most of our other laws are copy and paste. I could live. There are, of course, structural problems with copy and paste laws because they have been thought out to operate in a different society and whatnot. But to me, it would be much, much better than the situation we have at hand. And if I may confess to you, my very first legal assignments when I joined the legal profession was on human assisted reproduction. Not exactly a form of surrogacy, but if you allow me just 1 minute, it was too interesting. There was a man of Spanish origin and nationality who wanted to propagate his genes, but he was not married. So he was willing to donate his sperm to a woman who would carry his baby. And the donor he found was a Kenyan woman, married to a British woman, and they were living in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The reason I'm just cutting through all these stories to show you.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. So there's this
Kenyan woman,
a Spanish gentleman,
yes,
decided he was going to sow his royal oats.
Yes.
And connected with a Kenyan woman.
Yes.
Who was married to
a British
man.
And that Kenyan woman and her British husband were residing in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Okay.
And they approached my desk as a young lawyer to draft, some sort of contract that specifies the rights and responsibilities of all these people involved in this complex matter. And one of the immediate problems I faced, because, and I'm only mentioning this because I fear we are narrowing the infinite range of complex legal issues that would arise. In that case, assuming there was a dispute, and that's one of the problems we had as a law firm, what law would govern this dispute? Is it Kenyan law, British law, Spanish law, or the law of the Democratic Republic of the Congo? And who bore parental responsibility for this child? Is it the genetic father who is Spanish? Is it the genetic mother who is Kenyan? Does the British husband of this woman, under Kenyan and British laws, the child born to your wife is generally presumed until the contrary is shown to be your child? Will the British husband acquire parental responsibility for this child? Suppose that couple divorced at some point along the way. This child itself, is it of Kenyan nationality? Is it of British, Spanish, Congolese? So there are just too many. If we had the proper law, it would address all these among countless other issues. But the point I'm making is the problem is not surrogacy. The bad guys, because we must acknowledge, from your story, it's clear they are extremely bad guys in this space. They are only thriving because it's in the nature of humanity where there is no regulation.
Yeah.
That is the perfect breeding ground for all bad things to happen.
You need to see the backlash that we got from this story, and it was really massive. And I think it speaks volume on the cartels that are.
I actually understand the backlash.
Yes.
Part of the reason for that backlash, if you're part of the bad guys in that dark space, you're threatening lucrative business.
A lot.
Two, if you're actually one of the good players, because I know good players, including lawyers and doctors,
They
in that
do
space,
exist.
and you're doing honest day's work, earning your honest pay, then there is this story that suggests that the skies are falling because there is all these evil things happening, and then you're wondering, but I mean, speaking for myself, I'm a fairly credible lawyer, perhaps one of the most credible in this republic. Now, if a suggestion was made without good justification that I'm in some dark space, facilitating exploitation of Kenyan women and whatnot, you're likely to have backlash. And in fact, when I agreed to come to this show, part of the reason I agreed was to attempt to also bring other dynamics that are not the extreme, because it's in human nature, it's easy to run with the extremely bad examples, then do a broad brush painting. The truth is that there are genuine couples who have no interest in organ harvesting, who have no interest in human trafficking. What they actually need is a baby. And they will engage credible lawyers, credible agencies. But because the space is unregulated, there is also a very high risk, as you found, that they will be the worst that is possibly imaginable at all those levels. And that's the reason we are here.
Okay. Guli, when we look at how these, because obviously would we say that the majority, from what you understand, from these networks, these children are taken outside of Kenya, outside of the country? How are they moved? I remember traveling with my children outside the country, and when I'm alone, that somebody's going to ask me, these children, whose are they? How are you leaving?
They only ask women.
They only ask women. They never ask they only ask the women. How are you leaving? Who's? Do you have explanation? Do you have permission to leave
from the father?
Yeah. So I wonder if it's a foreign couple, some random person leaving with a child, a small baby, or even if they've grown, how are they leaving?
I think this story about how babies move out of the country through the surrogacy process was explained a little on the clip. But I would like to say something before that, because I think Francis did allude to how some of the players. We need to know how it is played out. We did a small study in 2019 on surrogacy, and at that time, we realized a number of things. One, surrogacy in this country was happening in relation to hospitals, designated hospitals, private hospitals, in relation to recruitment, people who are like assigned to identify and bring on board victims or recruit. Yes, bring them on board with the promise of the money, which was never at the end of it all done. At that time, actually, the whole 6 women we interviewed who had been in the process were actually being airlifted from Nairobi to a hospital outside of Nairobi for a very small, very, very sole purpose of running through a cesarean section. And this was a very deliberate case at that point, because it was just defining that at the time of birth, while the mother is in a short coma, they can remove the baby and take away. So there will never be contact, they'll never even hear the baby cry, and they will never know whether they gave birth to a living or a dead fetus. So it was very interesting. In the many years, 7 years down the line, about 6 years down the line, Francis does this study, and he realizes there is still a link to a hospital. You know, I think this is very important. Even though it could be seen in the small face of how they are taken care health-wise and things like that, there is a deeper meaning to this, because it is not a small endeavor and undertaking. They would like to seal any loopholes that could come along the way as they procure the babies. And I think that's important. Now, the other thing that we learned during that study, Very simple. The documentation of these babies is normally processed while they are still at the hospital. And therefore, by the time they are being released from hospitals, they have every detail of document needed to move them out.
We're talking passports, all of this.
Exactly. I'm talking about birth certificate, passports, and affiliation, because the babies cannot move themselves. so it's a very organized crime. It's not simple, and it involves a very intense network to make the facilitation of this happen internationally.
Allow me to paint in very straight examples the various pathways through which these children leave the country. Assuming things are done honestly above board and whatnot, the normal route would be the commissioning parents would file an adoption case in their court. They would adopt, because in the absence of a law, that is the route honest people follow to have parental rights over that baby. And therefore, if everything is above board, the normal pathway for these children to exit the country is through adoption proceedings, in which now the commissioning parents become the legal parents, and the child will get the papers to move. The second pathway, now in the dark world, is that the woman could simply be invited to a country X as a tourist while she is pregnant, so that the baby is delivered there, so the baby doesn't even step on Kenyan soil. The third pathway is the dark one. They could just be trafficked. You know, you've seen, to use very obvious examples, at TV stations, there was this truck declared as carrying animal fodder, then it was opened, and inside of it were people, aliens from neighboring countries or far-flung countries. That's another pathway through which these children could leave the country. Yes.
I mean, Ontomwa, what we talk about here is a famous word, just a cartel system that is well organized. Because we talk about, we have the drafters of the contracts, right? You have the hospitals where these are procured. You have immigration departments who look the other way and process all these.
It's a whole food chain.
It's a whole chain. Just if you manage to follow through, how connected, how organized is it? And are we able to say that this is something that is known, is happening in the country? We just choose to look the other way.
Yeah, just to borrow Mutuku's words, this is a business where big money is involved. And when we have big money involved in a system, it means that the chain is well oiled all across. And therefore there is that interconnectedness from every step of the way. Every step of the way there is some money that needs to be parted with so that you move to the next stage. And the connection here is once a woman is brought into the picture and she delivers, there is the processing that needs to happen. And that is what I think has been alluded to here, that there is a lot of processing, the passports, the birth certificates, everything ready. So the chain is so seamless because of the people who've managed to guard this space. And that is why I was also saying that we might have a law, but it will be really tough to implement because of the cartels that have taken hostage of the space. So it's a whole chain that has every player getting their share of the bargain, and therefore it becomes very difficult to penetrate or even to question some of the things that are happening, because you might want to question the identity, the passport and everything, but these things they've already been thought out. It's a chain that is seamless from the beginning to the very end. And breaking that chain now becomes really tough.
Okay. The documentation that Bonangulias talks about is resting in the Department of Immigration, and that's a lawful office.
Very.
Right?
Yeah.
And that when you go to get a passport today as a Kenyan, there are many things that you must do in order to have that done. This child assuming that the surrogate is Kenyan, by birth is Kenyan. That means there's somebody who is at still Huduma, because that's where birth certificates are done, isn't it? Huduma, it's not, used to be Sharia House. It's now at a Huduma center that you get a birth certificate processed. This person is getting that done. Somebody is saying, okay, go ahead. Somebody's at the Department of Immigration getting a supposed signature and receiving the payment for this process to take place. So that's the web that we talk about here, because there's approvals across the chain for this thing to be done. So there's really nobody that can be absolved of responsibility or even a criminal element when it comes to this whole chain. Is that the case?
You're right. And I think that is, you've painted it really well. It is so seamless that you cannot find loopholes. You cannot find entry points if you want to question anything. Because by the time you want to start questioning, the baby is already out of the country.
Let me ask you a simple yet complex question. You have become a surrogate mother to a child who has no genetic link with you. Are you really the mother of that child merely because you carried them? They don't have your genes.
Oh God.
They are complete strange. In fact, they are Caucasian or Chinese. They are bred Chinese in everything. Is that still your child?
Okay. So let me ask another question. You know how we often like to do this. If I ask another question,
yes,
and because this is now a physiological issue,
yes,
that the process. So is it DNA that makes a child the child of its mother and father only, and not that this woman? You see now, and not that this woman served as a petri dish essentially to carry this child for 40 weeks. Does the fact that a woman has carried a pregnancy make her the mother of that child?
Yeah, what you're asking is the difference between genetic or biological motherhood and legal motherhood.
Yes.
So the answer to the question I asked you, in Kenya, the woman who carried the baby in a womb gave birth to the baby by law is deemed to be the mother. But the reason I asked you the question,
is the mother.
Yes, but the reason I asked you your question is because while that is the law, law can decree something. From a purely scientific, medical, physiological, whatever you call it, you have actually no link to this child at all. You are just, as you call it, a petri dish or an incubator. You can put chicken eggs into an incubator and they hatch into chicks. Does that mean that machine is now the mother of those chicks?
So, oh my God.
So are we looking at a situation where, assuming this kid never left the country, right?
Yes.
So it is surrogacy, IVF happened, and it was implanted into a mother, carried the baby.
Yes.
The baby is born, like you say, is a Chinese. But is a Chinese 2 kilometers away, together with the biological parent, scientifically speaking. Oh my God. Is that trafficking?
Trafficking, I described, let me redefine it again. There has to be a process through which we recruit. Recruitment evidence has to be demonstrated. There has to be movement. When you are recruited, you cannot be retained at the place of recruitment. You'll be moved. All right? And if you're not moved, conditions are created so that you can be retained, but not in your normal life. Because here you're under supervision, you're under certain restrictions which you may in ordinary life not have. Then you will need to be placed in a place. And it is where you are placed that we can speak of exploitation. Exploitation, in essence, is just a situation that occurs that does not match the humanity of the expectation of life. So if the purpose of your movement to the different location has resulted into another action which is exploitative, then that feeds the whole chain of human trafficking. And that is the parameter under which both the baby and the mother become victims. Because you can see now, this is a very interesting scenario, because these are two people who've been exploited in different ways. The baby is meant for organ harvesting. And the mother is being underpaid and put under certain coercive conditions which do not observe human situations of life. So these are the situations we talk about when we are talking about the trafficking. There has to be exploitation at the end of the continuum.
But I was exploited, the baby was taken away from me.
Yeah.
And it's just...
I mean, we could argue this thing for days.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we see very clearly here is that surrogacy, and that's what we started, in and of itself, it's not a bad thing. It's been helping many couples, many women, many men who are single fathers, for years. But then there's always the criminal element that then wants to essentially bastardize the process. And I mean, you guys are doing some serious work on top of to be able to uncover this that's going on. We also then have come to the realization that poverty in and of itself is a bad thing.
It is.
Because we see the results of
It's
this.
actually central to this issue.
It is central to this issue. And that's why a lot of the women, having been given a choice, would not do this.
Very true.
And would not be in a position to be exploited.
Very true.
The laws need tightening. They need to be even introduced to the level that we're having these conversations. Tough stuff to do, man. And I know they say men don't cry, but I'm sure you must have at some point. Shed a tear, but won't tell anybody. Don't worry. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here this morning to be able to look into this. And we must have these conversations as uncomfortable as they are, because this is the reality of our times, and in terms of what we must do and how we must speak. Mutukunguli is with the Counter Human Trafficking Trust East Africa. Francis Ontomo, our very own here, investigations editor at KTN, and Dr. Mudomi Fiankoli, an advocate, Kolu, I beg your pardon, an advocate of the High Court. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. We continue this conversation, folks. It is now 9:01. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Anti-Drugs Control Authority, NACADA, has warned drug traffickers in the country that their iron is on fire, as the government will go to great lengths to ensure that they're destroyed. This was stated in a Ahero area in Kisumu County, and after a sting operation in which a female suspect was caught with 4 million shillings worth of a drug, the agency, led by its Director of Communications, Simon Mwangi, had this to say.
We were able to recover bang worth approximately almost 4 million, and this was recovered from one notorious trafficker who was arrested. And this is somebody who has been arrested almost 3 times in less than a year. They are out on bond, and it seems they are still continuing with this business. We were also able to conduct another operation just directly opposite Ahero Girls Secondary School, where another drug den was raided, and we were able to again confiscate cannabis in the form of tariffs.
And moving on, NACADA further said, that is through Mwangi, that the operation is among the measures that they've taken to combat the sale and use of the drugs as ordered by President William Ruto during his New Year address to the nation. He called on Kenyans to support them in their efforts by providing vital information about drug trafficking in their communities to security officers.
This is part of the renewed fight against drug abuse in the country, as was proclaimed by the President in his New Year's address. And the authority takes this opportunity to warn members of the public to be aware of their surroundings and to volunteer information, especially when there is suspicious activity involving narcotics within their areas.
Saboti MP Caleb Messi has called on the Ministry of Education to release grade 10 placement results clearly, including students' names and the schools they have been assigned to reduce confusion among parents. Messi says the lack of registration numbers has made it difficult to issue bursaries.
There is a big problem ambao nimepata. Saa hii singeweza kupeana bursary kwa grade 10 kwa sababu number 1 hawana admission. If we give bursary without the admission number, it become an audit query. It is my request that the Ministry of Education, as we wait to chase William Ruto out, they do us a favor. When they announce the result, let them announce alongside where that student is supposed to go. You cannot condemn a parent to look in for school fees at the same time looking for the school where the student needs to go. Most of the schools sahi hazina watoto kwa sababu wazazi walifaa watoto waende kwa shule mauti ambayo iko na good results that is commensurate to the grade and the marks of that student.
And he has also warned the public against scams by individuals pretending to raise school fees through deceptive means.
Lakini what I've also realized that hii mambo ya kushika muti, it has become a con game. Sababu nimeenda kuuliza mzazi, niko na pesa ndo hizi, nimekuletea pesa mtoto aende shule. Mzazi na anasema hata ukinipa pesa sitatoka hapa. Vijana wamemzunguka. So I've also realized hii mambo ya kushika muti imekuwa con game. So we must stop Kenyans bwana. No, serikali it should blame itself because watu wako na njaa. Sasa wanaona mtu aliaga muti na akaenda akapewa pesa State House. Pia hao wanataka tena waende wapewe pesa State House. So hii nimekuwa mchezo. Hii kitu inaletwa na William Ruto. Yeye ndiye amezoesha watu pesa free.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at now 8 minutes after 9 o'clock. Continuing as we do so, that was quite a mind-boggling one for us to really understand the things that are happening underground. My goodness. And for us to be woke, as it were, about some of those situations is an absolute necessity. And that where it may not directly involve you, that to be aware that these are things that are actually happening in the spaces that surround you is very important. We're going into laws and such, and what the legal fraternity and the governing body of the legal in this country then would say. And that's the conversation that we're having in this hour. Charles Kanjama is an advocate, a senior counsel. Charles Kanjama. Yes, you can't just say it like that. I realize where we are. His smile says it all, and he's here with us in the hot seat this morning in the Situation Room. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm happy to be here.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to be here, and Happy New Year to your audience as well.
Thank you for coming this morning. There's a lot of things that are happening legally, and in some cases not happening.
Yes.
Should be happening legally. And we're going to cover a number of those things and also look at the responsibility of the LSK and in the direction in which it should be going. And there's also this big sore thumb that's sticking out. It's a 5 trillion shillings sore thumb. But then also that gives and lends to the larger conversation around, okay, come on, guys, should you be hiring private counsel to handle government matters? We'll look into that as well. But before we get into all of that, Dennis has today's proverb. Over to you, sir.
Yes, today we are in Angola.
Angola?
Yes, Angola, land full of gold, diamonds and oil, but a country that still finds itself in a difficult place from the civil war that happened in the country, and they have live landmines as we speak today. We can only hope that things will get better for the locals, because you want to know where you're stepping is safe. But let's go to the proverb. Walk with the thief and you'll steal. Walk with the liar and you'll lie. What are Angolans saying?
Wow, that's an amazing proverb. It says, you become the company that you keep. And to judge the quality of a person, look at the company that they keep.
Well said.
We'll look at the company that they keep. All right, that's interesting. Even as you practice the law, some of the company that you keep is the Law Society of Kenya. And I think some of us get it wrong. Maybe it's necessary for us. And maybe, every time that we do have a conversation about who's going to be at the helm or who's going to run the thing, that there's an understanding for us about what mandate the Law Society of Kenya actually has for Kenya. And it's not just a group of lawyers who are going to hang out till Friday and say, okay, well, what did you do today? A little bit more than that. So please remind us, what is the mandate of the Law Society of Kenya?
To make it simple for your viewers, many of you whom are not lawyers, I like to say that the Law Society of Kenya has 2 main mandates. The first, you can capture it by saying that the Law Society of Kenya is the Lawyers Society of Kenya. It's a professional body for lawyers. It regulates the legal profession. It is meant to champion their interests like a trade union. So it is the Lawyers Society of Kenya. But under Section 4 of the Law Society of Kenya Act, it is also the Society of Law in Kenya. And that is where the public interest comes in, the issue of rule of law, constitutionalism, human rights, to advise the courts, the government, the people of Kenya to facilitate access to justice. So those are the 2 main roles of the Law Society of Kenya. For lawyers, this is our professional body. But for the rest of the public, this is a body that is meant to champion the rule of law, access to justice and constitutionalism, and to assist all arms and organs and levels of government in doing so, to call them out when we need to call them out because they are not doing the right thing, to collaborate with other human rights organizations when there is an imminent and grave danger to human rights, and so on.
For a very long time, LSK, especially in the political circles, has been seen as that trouble body, because laws are passed, LSK, no, you can't pass that law, we're going to court and we're going to object it. Kenyans have a problem with their law, the first... LSK wako wapi? Where are we not hearing them speak? So then one just asks, one goes further to to look at LSK as the body that is there to ensure constitutionalism and rule of law is actually implemented as it were. How is that critical and center to LSK's mandate?
First of all, there are already certain constitutional bodies that have been given an express mandate of securing constitutionalism. These are the Chapter 15 commissions, constitutional commissions and independent offices. There are several of them. They are part of the constitutional architecture. The Law Society of Kenya is recognized in the Constitution as the body that represents lawyers. It's not named in the Constitution, but the Constitution references the body that represents lawyers in Kenya as one of the bodies that constitutes membership of the Judicial Service Commission. So the Law Society of Kenya, most of its mandate is statutory. It is established under the Law Society of Kenya Act of 2014. And in that act, it also has the role, among others, of securing constitutionalism and rule of law. So it's a support role. It's not the principal role. It's not the principal organ, but it's meant to play a support role. But because lawyers occupy places of influence in very many other organs and arms of government, in the constitutional commissions and independent offices, in the legislature, the judiciary and the executive, then the Law Society of Kenya, you could say, has an impact that goes beyond, you could say, the natural imprint of Section 4 of the LSK Act, because it can inspire, it can call out its members, it can marshal and mobilize its members on issues of constitutionalism and rule of law. So that is why LSK is quite important, and it cannot achieve this alone. It has to act sometimes in collaboration with the government agencies, private sector agencies, individuals, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and so on. But definitely LSK has had an impactful role in matters of constitutionalism and rule of law through the years.
Okay. Does the nature or business or the manner in which the LSK carries out itself change with the person who sits in the leadership?
Yes, naturally it does. Like any other structure, the leader sets the tone. There is a saying that human beings, like fish, rot from the head. So if a structure or an organization is going to rot, it will start from the head. And if it is going to become strong and inspire people towards the right kind of change, again, it will ordinarily start from the head. Of course, the general membership play an important role, and the new constitution in Article 10 talks about the role of participation of the people, or public participation, as a national value and principle of governance. Even in LSK, the question of engagement is important. But the organ that governs LSK, which is called the Council of the Law Society of Kenya, and the ultimate leadership, the president of the Law Society of Kenya, does have an impact. So we've found times when the leadership of the Law Society of Kenya is a bit less outward looking, a bit more inward looking, focus on practice issues for the profession, and maybe not focus externally, sometimes not focus even so much on the practice issues, a bit more laid back. Sometimes it's a bit more active and energetic. But we have reached a time now in the year 2026, as we approach the 2027 elections, when not only lawyers who I have visited and talked to across the country, but even the general public are very keen to ensure that LSK is active, is energetic, and is engaged in issues of constitutionalism and rule of law as we approach the 2027 general elections.
Okay, this is interesting because in the last year or so, I mean, no matter how you want to color it, the truth is that people didn't know that the LSK could be as robust as it has been, because it didn't matter what happened that touched on the judicious or litigious matters for Kenyans. The LSK was right there. It could have been in the persona of the current president, Faith Odhiambo, or it could have been something else. As you say, it would change from leadership to leadership. But it would appear as though the LSK was challenging, it was alive, it was robust, it was challenging anything that would seem to contravene the rule of law. And Kenyans said, okay, this is what perhaps is supposed to happen. Is that the persona it should take on? Regardless of who sits there, should it actually take on the persona of then coming out and saying, excuse me, this is not what the law says, this is what you should actually do? Is that the position it should take, or, you know?
The interesting thing is that even the lawyers who are members of the Law Society of Kenya and may be actually inclined to support the government of the day, when it comes to their own professional body, they would like a professional body that acts with principle and energy and rule of law and is able even to call the government to account. This is even lawyers who are working in government. So there's a general consensus that the Law Society of Kenya should be an independent bar association that is not co-opted by any forces that stop it from speaking out on behalf of Kenyans. And I must say that in the last 2 years, the Public Interest Litigation Department or Directorate in the Law Society of Kenya and the committee that does public interest litigation, led by a council member called Jose Amano, has worked very well. And of course, under the leadership of President Faith Odhiambo, to ensure that LSK is more involved in public interest matters, is more energetic in matters that relate to the public. And so there has been an improvement from what was done before. It doesn't mean LSK was not doing it before, but as you've rightly said, it's become more robust in that area of public interest litigation. And this is something that definitely we can't afford to allow to retreat to a situation of cooptation. But even with the current public interest litigation, LSK needs to ensure that its activity is always full of integrity and transparency. It avoids sometimes invitations to compromise maybe some public interest litigation cases, because the stakes can be very high. And this kind of offers do come from time to time. And that it keeps reporting to its members and also keeping the public informed about what it is doing.
So in the leadership of LSK, so here's a question where LSK has been invited to be part and parcel of a process that one would say is greater for the larger good for the country, but in what LSK is seen to be standing for does not sit well with Mwananchi. At that particular point, does LSK have room to ask members to give the way forward, or is it just a decision that is made by the leadership of LSK?
So
do members have room to chime in and determine the path that LSK would take in specific matters or invitations that you talk about?
First of all, let me say that I'm a candidate for the presidency of the Law Society of Kenya. We'll be having elections next month in February. Under our law, every president serves one term of 2 years. And we are one term by law. We don't have possibility of 2 terms. So the term of Faith Odhiambo.
I know you are more intelligent than you would have us imagine by making that statement. But okay.
So Faith Odhiambo's term is coming to an end, and I'm sure you'll invite her to reflect on her legacy and what she's been able to do. But for me, I believe very strongly that for the Law Society of Kenya to be effective, they have to continuously engage members. And there are structures for engaging members. We have general meetings. LSK is one of the professional bodies with the most robust general meetings you'd imagine. Several motions from members, a lot of engagement of members. But sometimes the robust engagement might end at the general meeting. And you need to have robust engagement with various structures and institutions within the Law Society of Kenya, including our branches, our chapters, which we have. We need to engage other lawyers' associations. We have to engage more in getting public participation, feedback from members, and taking into account their views. So to answer your question directly, there is room on matters which may be a bit more controversial or conflicted views of the membership to seek their opinion. But after you receive their opinion, at the end of the day, the leadership then has to decide, how are we going to tackle this issue? Because you can end up caught up in what is called paralysis by analysis and endless public participation while the house is burning. If the house is burning, put out the fire. then now we discuss what next.
Okay. And when we look at the law, is it what the law of the land, and that law we're talking about is the Constitution, that where there should be, it's been provided for, different protections that serve for the people. And you would imagine that those who've been put in positions of representation whereby this law would be guarded would be the ones who would ensure that those protections are in place. That doesn't often happen.
Yes.
And that's why we see that it's caught many people by surprise that there is a body that can actually stand for the people, that augments the responsibility of the constitutionally assigned body that's supposed to do that. Should we start thinking around that could be a space that should be vested in some kind of permanency?
Actually, it's very interesting. When I was a young lawyer, the first committee of the Law Society I joined and served in was the Law Reform Committee. Those days it was called Legislation and Law Reform Committee. And the role was to look at what was happening in Parliament, especially anything that may be of interest to lawyers. And we noticed at the beginning that committee and that function was under-resourced. There was no program officer to serve matters of legislation and law reform. After a few years, I became the convener of the committee. And one of the things we did is we started campaigning. We actually, to the Council of the Law Society of Kenya, we actually wrote letters to them. We asked them, can you establish a directorate or a function of law reporting? Can you have a program officer to deal with this issue? So that was already around 2010. You can see that we already identified by that time that this was a very crucial function that the Law Society should be performing, that at the time it was not performing effectively. In the 2014 Act of the Law Society of Kenya, it is expressly stated in Section 4 as one of the functions of the Law Society of Kenya, the question of reviewing legislation and law reform. Of course, the Law Society is funded primarily by members' funds because it's members who pay subscription fees. But LSK can also seek donor support or money from well-wishers, especially when they are running programs like public interest litigation, to adequately resource what they are doing. They can also work together with other partners, including human rights organizations, civil society organizations, even government or public sector agencies. And that is what LSK has been trying to do to a certain extent. And I believe it needs to be ramped up in the next 2 years as LSK moves to the next term of office.
So every institution has its ups and downs. LSK, as we look at it today, there's a lot that Kenyans credit for in terms of just ensuring that what happens in the country, legislations that do come up, decisions by government, everything is above board. But as well, no institution runs without its challenges. So what are some of the good LSK has done that needs to be propelled, improved upon, and move forward? And which are the gaps that needs to be filled and addressed as well?
That's a really profound and also broad question. It would take an hour to answer in full, but I'll give a summary as quickly as I can. I think in the last 2 years, LSK has done much better in matters of rule of law, engagement in supporting Kenyans, even during the Gen Z protests, calling out extrajudicial processes like abductions, extrajudicial killings, and so on. So LSK has done well there. But even there, in the area of rule of law, my feeling has been that LSK has tended to be reactive. We are reacting better, but we tend to be reactive. Somebody crosses the line, then we make noise, whether it is parliament or whoever. I believe that even in rule of law, LSK needs to get to the next step where we are both proactive and reactive. We don't just wait for people to continue crossing the line, but we also come up with structures of building a spirit of constitutionalism. I'll give you an example. Right now, the constitutional organs that are meant to promote constitutionalism are the CCIOs, we call them that, constitutional commissions and independent offices, or Chapter 15 commissions. They are generally under-resourced, underfunded. Their reports are not processed effectively. LSK needs to collaborate more with these organs to promote constitutionalism. Until now, we've never done, as the Law Society of Kenya, a rule of law report. But with an organization I'm part of called Lex of Trust, we did the first rule of law report focused on Kenya last year. LSK needs to now take this up and do its own rule of law report annually to check what is happening on rule of law and constitutionalism. Is it a proactive approach so that when you see gaps early, you begin solving them, where you see things that are not working. For example, right now we have a crisis that is looming about a boundary delimitation in preparation for the 2027 elections. These are the kind of issues where if we adopted a proactive approach to rule of law, in addition to the reactive approach, LSK would get involved early on, blow the whistle, and ensure that things are being done, not wait until things have gone very awry and then blow the whistle. In areas of integrity and independence of the bar, integrity of the bench, of the basically the structure surrounding the legal profession, I think much more needs to be done. We have seen the return of corruption in the commercial and court registries, like lands, companies, in the judicial registries, some elements in the judiciary. There's even corruption in the legal profession itself. There's been criticism about procurement of public legal services by public providers or public organs. And not because the procurement in itself is a problem, but because there have been instances of corruption and lack of accountability. Those issues of integrity, we need to deal with them, because if we don't deal with them, they make access to justice inefficient, inaccessible, and they reduce the confidence of the public in the ability to procure effective legal services. They reduce the ability of the Law Society of Kenya to secure even professional work for all its members, which is one of the functions of the Law Society of Kenya. So you find a few people may control all the legal work, and the others who are able to offer effective legal services are not doing so. In the area of practice and welfare, this is now more inward looking of lawyers, because LSK, as I said, one of its roles is as a lawyer society of Kenya. It's like the trade union for lawyers. It's meant to ensure there is professional regulation, but also lawyers are serving according to certain minimum standards. They are serving their clients well and effectively. And we are protecting our practice space. So there are certain things that lawyers go to law school for 4 years. They go to Kenya School of Law for a 5th year. They do pupillage so that they can serve the public with distinction. But you have people who are imposters or masqueraders, we call them, or quacks, that are encroaching in some of those spaces. Even people who are not trained in the law. And then you also have new areas of practice, new things emerging. Alternative dispute resolution is no longer new, but there's a lot of untapped potential. Technology, legal technology tools, artificial intelligence, climate change. There are so many areas that are coming up. Corporate governance, governance and legal audits, etc. And LSK needs to be more deliberate also in expanding practice space. If you compare the legal profession in Kenya with more advanced countries, you'll find that the number of lawyers per capita, lawyers in the population, are much higher than in Kenya. But the legal profession has adapted to the various needs of the consumers of legal services. They have promoted and accelerated the speed of doing business. They have promoted and accelerated the speed of dispute resolution, the speed of entering into agreements, and so on. So those are some of the areas where I think LSK needs to do better. LSK cannot afford to just continue on the same trajectory it has been on. On some areas, it needs to build on it. On some areas, new and fresh ideas need to come so that LSK can really meet the desires of its members and even the general public to be a more impactful professional body that contributes to the rule of law and the legal practice environment.
Okay. I know that I'm asking a lawyer this question,
yes.
But if it would be great, a yes or no question.
Yes.
And then I can ask part B of that question based on your answer. Do you think that that government should be able to hire private law firms to sort out their legal issues?
Yes.
Okay. 18,000 lawyers must wait until this Friday to know whether the fate of their engagements with public entities. So we know that yesterday, Judge Mohochi upheld his order of the 12th of January, barring all public entities from bringing in private law firms. Led by the president of the Law Society of Kenya, you attended a virtual session challenging the order. What is the genesis of this, and is it getting into murky waters whereby private law firms then sort out legal issues for government when the argument that's maybe in the background is that there's adequate legal representation within government to sort out legal issues?
Okay, I can say three things, but first let me clarify. What happened is that an ex parte order was issued by the judge in Nakuru, barring lawyers from offering services to public sector entities if they have internal counsel. That order was ex parte, means that no one was heard apart from the petitioners.
The petitioner, yes.
So the alternative views were not heard. Once that order was issued, a date was given for directions, further engagement in the matter. The Law Society of Kenya and several lawyers honestly were appalled at the depth and the breadth of those orders and how they were having an impact on access to justice, on ongoing contractual engagements between public and private sector. So an application was filed because we couldn't wait for the date when the matter was going to come up next according to the court timetable to try and revisit those orders. That application was heard partially yesterday. So it's not that the judge upheld his orders because the orders were already in force. The judge could not set them aside until the application was fully heard. So the application will be fully heard later this week. So now to answer your question about the genesis of this issue, and I would like to say more or less 3 points. One, the first point is just a general point of knowledge that private sector lawyers have always been offering services to the public sector.
Yes.
It's not a new thing. It's been there since independence. It's been there in other countries. It's a normal practice. And it's not a practice that is limited to the legal profession. Other professionals the same. In the government, you might have internal media consultants. It doesn't mean they'll not hire an external media consultant. They may have an internal accountant, engineer, doctor or medical service provider. It doesn't mean they'll not use the services of private sector providers. And Article 227 of the Constitution, which deals with procurement, recognizes that public sector procures private services. And so long as they follow the procurement principles of free, fair, transparent, accountable, they are allowed to do it. And this is further buttressed by the Public Procurement Act. So it is the norm. Not just in the legal sector, but in all sectors.
Okay. So
that's number one.
Okay.
Number two, even though it is the norm, there are possibilities of abuse of public procurement. In fact, not just possibilities. It happens frequently, and we all know it. We keep decrying corruption, both in private and public sector. So public sector corruption includes procurement of all manner of services, including, for those who are corrupt, legal services. And sometimes there may be some people who collude with lawyers in the process of procurement, the way they may collude with any other service providers. So what has happened is that in the course of the last few years, the Auditor General has red flagged the volume of legal fees or the magnitude of legal fees in certain public sector entities, including the county governments. In the process of that red flagging, it's important to note, because I have looked keenly at the reports, that there is a different way in which different entities report on legal fees. Some public sector organizations, when they're reporting on legal fees, they include not just the fees being earned by the lawyer, but the court decree. Because you see, when the lawyer sends a demand, he's basically enforcing a court order.
Yes.
You may be the one who hired a lawyer, he took a public sector organization to court, and a decree was issued. And then the lawyer sends a demand for payment with the decree. So some public sector organizations lump all that as a legal debt or legal fees debt that has to be paid. So also the reporting has not been consistent, and it has helped to exaggerate a problem that exists, but it has been given a magnitude that is beyond the reality. Because when a lawyer is asking for payment of a decree, that decree is not legal fees. It is a court order. It's a court judgment. However, there have been, as I said, cases where lawyers themselves charged very high legal fees, sometimes because the stakes of the matter were high and they used the remuneration order, or they entered into an agreement that was reasonable based on the value of services they are providing. But in some cases, there may have been collusion. For example, some governors or some counties may collude with the lawyer. They agree for the lawyer to charge, let's say, 50 million shillings, and then maybe 30 million shillings goes to the people in the county, and the lawyer takes 10 or 20. So those are definite issues that need to be addressed, but they have to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. You can't address them by, you could say, burning down the building so that you can get at a rat or at an infestation of 2 or 3 rats in the house, and you burn down the building. You cannot use a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito, and then in the process you destroy the car and everything there. So what we are trying to say is that there is definitely an issue that needs to be addressed. But the solution is not to say that lawyers should not offer services to public sector, because public sector needs those legal services.
Understood. But I think one of the riders to that was that if there is no legal counsel available, which gives the notion that in some of these entities that there is legal counsel available, are you essentially saying that the legal counsel, having been hired by public entities, is incapable of handling any of this work?
Of course, the answer to that question is that the in-house counsel, the lawyers who work in-house, are very competent people, and they develop competence that is sector-specific. If you are an in-house counsel in a bank, you become very knowledgeable about your employer and the business they do, which is banking. And they also are fully employed. You will find the bank has a legal department with several in-house lawyers, very busy from morning to evening. But when they have court cases in court, you'll find that 90% of the banks, they hire external counsel. This is how private sector organizations operate. When they have important legal transactions, they hire external counsel, not because the in-house counsel is not able to do the job, but because they work well, they collaborate well. The in-house counsel gives instructions, they know what needs to be done, and by hiring external counsel, you can maximize the work that is done, you can increase the amount of specialization, because the in-house counsel, of course, has to advise the employer about various aspects of work. So in-house and external counsel have no conflict. We work very well together. In fact, when this court order was issued in Nakuru, it was in-house counsel, like the County Attorneys Forum, who complained the loudest. And they said, why are you stopping us from procuring services of external lawyers? It makes their job easier. It makes them more effective in what they are doing. So to answer your question, even the public sector, just like the private sector, needs to have both in-house counsel or internal counsel who deal with the internal issues, because the legal work that has to be done is extremely massive, and external counsel. You will find there are some public agencies like KRA and NEMA where their in-house counsel go to court, because they deal with specialized aspects of legal practice, and they have said, let us build that capacity internally on tax matters. But even in those agencies, you may find some other matters that go outside the scope of the ordinary work of the in-house counsel that they may want to hire external counsel for. And if you don't get the best lawyer for the job, whether it's internal or external, you risk a lot of loss and costs for that organization. I remember talking to some lawyers related to IEBC, because IEBC is one of the bodies that has been accused of high legal fees. And even people working in IEBC. And you know what they told me? They told me, Kanjama, you know the cost of doing a fresh presidential election is more than 10 billion shillings, maybe 20 billion shillings. So when there is an election petition, we have to ensure that we get very high quality legal service so that at least they can defend the facts and the law on the ground, because the cost for us is 10 billion, not just for them. Because when it is a cost for a public sector entity, it's ultimately cost for the taxpayer. So, of course, when they hire those lawyers and they have to pay them competitive fees, they're ready to pay them a bit more. The stakes are high. They do much more than they would do in a slower case that is maybe going to take 6 months. And then the effect is actually to save the public taxpayer and the public purse. So what we are saying is that these considerations have to be taken into account, not only about the legal sector, but actually they apply to professionals across the board.
You see, Wakili, the reason why that has become even conversation in living rooms today is because you look at the amount that is charged by external services vis-a-vis an internal counsel, and one looks at the disparities and asks, where is the fairness in that? It's just a layman way of looking at things. And one would also ask the question, say, I'm in a bank, right? I'm an internal counsel in a bank. That means everything to do with procurement, documents that are come to ensure that a process is clean, goes through me to ensure that everything is clean and that I'm not opening myself to litigation. In the event that I find myself in court, have I not failed as an internal counsel? Okay, so a question. So then one asks the question, if I need to hire external counsel because my internal counsel is not good for the job, get rid of them and just work with external counsel?
I think that will also be a misunderstanding of the role of in-house counsel. The average member of the public thinks that the main thing lawyers do is go to court and represent you in court. Actually, as the legal profession expands, you realize that lawyers have two fundamental roles, I could call them. One is, we call it building relationships, to help people enter into agreements, determine policies, go through processes like even disciplinary processes for employment, etc. They give advisory work. They are helping to build relationships. Secondly, because human relationships break down for one reason or the other that is connected to human nature, when relationships break down, they help to rebuild the relationships by engaging in dispute resolution. So for the average member of the public who may assume that the essential job of a lawyer is to appear in court and to argue before a judge, they need to be educated and informed that actually 80% of the job of a lawyer is before you get to court. So in-house lawyers are actually very busy. They are busy serving the organizations. They are serving the different departments in that organization. The in-house lawyer also has clients. The way the external lawyer has clients, the different organizations that procure services from us, the in-house lawyer, their clients are the departments in that organization. There is HR department, there is marketing, there is sales, there is regulatory work that they need to do. They are very busy, actually. In fact, for them, sometimes they say, if you are going to order some of these jobs, when we are trying to serve you very effectively in this area, you'll actually reduce our efficiency and effectiveness. So the in-house lawyer is a champion for the external lawyer, and the external lawyer also loves in-house lawyers, because when we are serving clients, many times who gives us instructions? It is the legal department in that organization. They know how to do the terms of reference. They know how to follow up with the lawyer. They know how to engage. If we need witnesses for a court case, it's the internal lawyer who will tell us, this is a witness. They'll coordinate. So as external lawyers, we love working with clients who have in-house lawyers. Of course, we can also work with clients who don't have in-house lawyers, who are not corporates. What I'm trying to say is that there is no real tension. It's just a perceived tension. In-house and external lawyers work well together. And I'm also trying to expand the discussion and say that this is true in other professions. For example, if government, public sector agencies are involved in matters of infrastructure, they will need engineers to assist them. But if they are going to do a road like Kenha or Kura, do you think they will give the job of designing the road to their internal engineer? No. They procure external engineering services because the internal engineer, their job is to ensure quality control of what is being done by the external providers, whether it is the engineer, the contractor, etc. This is true of all sectors. I can mention any sector, any profession, and explain to you how both internal and external professionals work together to deliver quality services for both private sector and public sector.
Okay. As we look at, this case is one of them to then be able to understand exactly the workings of how a body like this will then operate. How then, in your opinion, should a body like the LSK separate itself between issues that would seem as though they are directly beneficial to its members and issues that are essentially for the public legal good? Why I ask, if I can just say why I asked that question, is because in this case, whereby it would seem as though, look, the livelihoods and or businesses of lawyers would be affected greatly by this if it actually lived out, a day. And people are saying, on the other hand, something that you alluded to as well, that no, but county governments, ministries are spending double, triple the amount of money that they should be spending in some cases because of something like corruption. So how do you create the balance whereby there is adequate and proper representation on public good, but at the same time where members are directly affected?
Okay, so two things. First, let me clarify. I don't want to be attributed a general statement that public sector agencies are overspending on legal services.
No. In the cases where they are.
In the cases where they are.
Yeah.
So the second thing I want to say is that the issue of public interest is important for all professional bodies. You also have journalists, Kenya Union of Journalists.
Yes.
You have Media Council of Kenya. Media Council is a statutory body, but Kenya Union of Journalists is like your own self-regulated body as journalists. It has a public interest element. The doctors have their Kenya Medical Association and so on. The accountants have their Institute of Certified Public Accountants. All these bodies, even though their primary role is to promote the interests of the professionals in that area, have a public interest element. But the fact that LSK takes its public interest element very seriously does not mean that you now split LSK into two, if you know what I mean, because it's what all professional bodies are meant to do. It's almost like CSR or corporate social responsibility of LSK that has been encoded in statute. As you are taking care of the interests of your members, take care of the public interest.
Right.
But then there are some areas where there could be a potential conflict, like in issues of professional regulation or discipline of lawyers. So under the Advocates Act, there is an independent entity called the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal to deal with those issues. There is also the Advocates Complaints Commission, where members of the public who have concerns about a specific advocate or specific service that has been given can take their complaint for investigation, and then they can take their dispute to the Advocates Disciplinary Tribunal. So those structures exist. And LSK, what it needs to do is now also sensitize its members on the need for them to offer ethical services, high quality services. We need to revamp our continuing professional development program so that it's more impactful and effective. Those are the kind of things that LSK can do. But members of the public at least know that there are structures around the legal profession that give you independent access to make complaints or to seek a public interest when you feel that the law society has been unable to do it itself.
So, Wakili, for a very long time, I remember even a while back, President William Ruto raised concerns on the role that the fraternity, the legal fraternity, is playing in corruption cases in the country. Why do I say that? You look at the contracts being signed, and there's always a lawyer somewhere who is involved in one way or the other. And that became a conversation piece, because one would then say, if the protectors and those who are held in high esteem in protecting the law are the ones breaking the law, then where are we headed? So then that comes directly to LSK in ensuring that you have members, your members are out there to be your ambassadors, number one ambassadors. How would you rein in to ensure that such ceases to happen? Because whether you like it or not, it's happening.
Yeah, I think the first thing I would say is that there are elements in the public sector, including senior leadership of this country, who are some of the cause of being perpetrators of corruption and grant corruption, and it is quite unfortunate. And when they misuse public funds, they need to be called to account. Of course, because in this media station, I'm the only one present. I'll not name names, but I think the public knows who or some of the people in our government, at national, at county level, in the various arms and organs of government who are involved in corruption, and they need to be called to account. We also know that because there is a culture of corruption, even the ordinary Kenyan has got used to, you could call it, low-level corruption in the streets with the traffic police. And there have been various indices that have been done, surveys by Transparency International about corruption perception, which institutions are more corrupt. They know that, so that there is a sense in which we have to accuse those in high places who have the responsibility of leadership and are leading instead in corruption. They are leading us down. We also have to acknowledge that we ourselves, as a common mwananchi, even as we deplore the high-level corruption, we tend to become comfortable with low-level corruption when it affects us and our interests, which is also unfortunate. And in the process, we have to recognize that there are institutions and professionals that can play an additional role in calling to account those senior people who are engaging in grand corruption, in educating the public how to avoid corruption, and in also cleaning house within their own membership. And those institutions include professional bodies, all of them. And because the one that we are discussing today is the Law Society of Kenya, that includes the Law Society of Kenya. So it is true that when corruption takes place, you may find an accountant, you may find an engineer, you may find a valuer, a surveyor, and you may also find a lawyer. Professionals tend to be involved in facilitating aspects of corruption. So professionals also need to be called to account the way we call to account our leaders, the way we call to account even the ordinary citizen, because it's become like a cancer that has metastasized. It is spreading to all the cells of the body, and there's no cell or very few cells that are untouched. And for me, that is why one of my commitments in my campaign for presidency of the Law Society of Kenya is to lead and to champion the cause of integrity, not just with words, but with actions, both against the people up there or around us who are engaging in rampant corruption, both in regards to the people around us who have become comfortable with the culture of corruption, and also to help us look inwards as a professional body, as professionals, not just LSK, but to bring together other professional bodies, for example, under APSEA, the Association of Professional Societies of East Africa, so that corruption is not something that we all deplore publicly and practice privately and secretly, which has ended up being the dynamic of conflict of interest. It's like this Greek god was called Janus that had two faces, one looking forward, one looking backward. So it's like Kenyans have become Janus-faced. When we're in public, we speak very annoyed about corruption. We say Chapter 6 is not being implemented. And then in private, we compromise ourselves. So I believe LSK needs a leadership that is founded on integrity, to work with other institutions and individuals that want to champion integrity, because the time is now. Now is the time that we must get it done. It's 15 years after the new constitution came into place, and Kenyans generally agree that Chapter 6 is a chapter of the constitution that has been most poorly implemented, the chapter on leadership and integrity. So LSK can lead or can participate in leading this fight if we get the right leadership on board. That's one of the reasons I'm here, and I'm offering also my candidature for LSK president.
Lastly, Wakili, what would frustrate you And I asked that question in relation to an earlier conversation that we had today, whereby it would appear as though you're literally wanting somebody to move this needle and say that you can't have investigative bodies that don't do their job, or just decline to prosecute, or decline to investigate, or decline to even merely ask a question. Would such a thing frustrate you to the point whereby you say, well, I tried. We tried to put it out in the public and get people to do what they're meant to do, and at least it's on record that I said that I was uncomfortable with this position, but there's nothing more that I can do. Would that be an Achilles heel for you?
One of the things I would say as I answer your question is, if you want to feel frustrated about justice and the legal system, just spend 1 or 2 days in a criminal court in this country. And it's not that the magistrates are not trying to do their best, the lawyers are not trying to do their best, but you come face to face with situations of true injustice. And you wonder, couldn't we be more efficient? Couldn't we be more effective? But there are so many actors in the justice value chain that things maybe do not move as efficiently as they should have. So, of course, one of the things that you must do when you want to transform a profession like the legal profession, a group like the Law Society of Kenya, or indeed the country, is you must maintain high ideals. You can never lower your ideals. You can never compromise with low standards. Even when you see injustice, you can't say, no, this is normal. You must feel that drive, the fire deep in your belly to do something and to implement change. But if you are going to be an effective leader, you can't stop at just expressing frustration. Yes, you need to express frustration because it's pedagogical, or let me say even it's exhortatory. You need to exhort people. You need to call them to arms. Because culture change includes language, includes the words you use, includes philosophy, includes the ideas you share. But ultimately, culture change includes individuals and institutions. You have to marshal them. You have to be an institution builder. You need to have a level of astuteness of working with other organizations. Sometimes, to fight corruption, you might even need to work with somebody who's corrupt. But you work with them to fight corruption, and they know
this is where you go.
This is where I'm going. At the moment you get back into that corruption, I'm coming for you. So if you remain a Puritan, and you say that, no, I have called the people out for doing all this nonsense, and then you don't accomplish any change, are you an effective leader? So for me, I truly believe that true leadership, and that has been my track record, is not just with words, but it is with deeds. And you have to do it sometimes on the streets, making a lot of noise, sometimes in the courts, urging cases, sometimes even in boardrooms, sitting across from the other people who are necessary for the transformation and the change to be. Sometimes it's with MPs, so that you persuade them to amend a particular law or to pass a law that will help to fight corruption. Sometimes it's with institutions like Ethics Anti-Corruption Commission, DCI, ODPP, that is a Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the Director of Public Prosecution, and it could be with anyone. So you have to utilize all the tools and resources that you have
in your arsenal
to engage in transformation of the legal justice system, the profession, and also the country as a whole.
Senior Counsel Charles Kanjama has been here with us this morning. He wants to be the next president of the LSK. And of course, then being able to interrogate how you feel about certain legal processes could then give people insight into that. Of course, we don't vote. Lawyers do. But then having the public understand exactly where you're coming from is great. Thank you for being here this morning. And it's interesting to see how things unfold in the future.
Thank you for having me, and have a nice day. And greetings once again to your listeners.
Asante sana for being here in the Situation Room this morning. Dennis and Indu saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Good morning at 10:02.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga police are investigating an incident whereby a 3-year-old girl whose body was found in a maize plantation in Kegunga, Kuria, East Migori County. The child was reported missing after her mother left her at a neighbor's house and went to a posho mill. A search by residents later led to the discovery of the body, which had stab wounds to the chest and burn injuries on the abdomen. The body was taken to the mortuary pending a post-mortem. Police say no arrests have been made and the motive remains unknown. The